Chapter 1377. Seeing this, Fang Yuan could not help but stare with wide eyes. Rank 9 Venerables had unparalleled prestige. They were like blood that flowed in the hearts of every GU Master and GU Immortal. But now, Fang Yuan saw Spectral Soul's outcome. He was actually captured by a rank 8 GU Immortal. What is the origin of this Duke Long? He is so strong. However, thinking about it, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable died long ago, only his soul was left. If his soul was at its peak, Duke Long would not be able to deal with him. Unfortunately, Spectral Soul resisted the tribulations and forcefully refined Sovereign Immortal Fetus GU without caring about the sacrifices. Even though he succeeded and destroyed Heaven Overseeing Tower, I took away the fruits of victory. Shadow Sect was left with only a few people, while Zombie Alliance was wiped out. Their losses were huge. And his soul was only left with a trace of remnant soul during the Battle of Yi Tian Mountain. He fell into a dream realm. After being corroded by the dream realm for such a long time, it is truly unimaginable that he could survive until now. Fang Yuan imagined himself, if his soul was thrown into such a huge dream realm, it would be corroded by the dream realm. Without using any dream path killer moves, Fang Yuan would probably only be able to last for a few days. Even though Spectral Soul was only left with a trace of remnant soul, his quality was shocking. He managed to survive for such a long time. Even now, he still had the strength to struggle. It was not strange that Duke Long could capture Spectral Soul's main body. In terms of strength, Duke Long was indeed the strongest, while Spectral Soul was the weakest. Spectral Soul's era was finally over. He had once slaughtered the world, spreading his demonic might throughout the 5 regions and 2 heavens, causing chaos in the world. When he was alive, he was invincible in the world. He had the strongest voice in the world, he had the highest stature. But time flowed like water, he still died in the end. After his death, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable appeared, greatly eliminating Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's influence in the world. He brought peace and prosperity to the world. Even in death, Spectral Soul was not resigned to his failure. He established the Shadow Sect and the Zombie Alliance in an attempt to defy the heavens again. Sword Immortal Bo Qing was his first attempt. Unfortunately, in the end, he only managed to obtain the title of Pseudo-Immortal Venerable. His corpse sank to the bottom of the Heavenly River. Sovereign Immortal Fetus GU was his second attempt, but heaven and earth schemed against him. His 100,000 years of hard work was snatched away by Fang Yuan. Yi Tian Mountain's defeat caused Spectral Soul to suffer a huge loss. His foundation was almost depleted. However, with the remaining forces of the Shadow Sect, they still managed to stir up a lot of trouble. Until now, Spectral Soul had finally failed. He was captured by Celestial Court's GU Immortal Duke Long. The Great Era is coming. Old antiques like you should just obediently watch from the sidelines. Spectre, this is no longer your era. Duke Long sighed as he grabbed with his hand. Air currents surged and wrapped around Spectral Soul, stuffing him into his phantom aperture. Dash. Zishan Makoto looked up to the sky and roared, his eyes red. Seeing that Spectral Soul's main body was trapped, he almost lost his rationality. Even his main body was trapped, there was no hope left. It was a huge loss. But Zishan Makoto was a Wisdom Path GU Immortal after all. He forcibly resisted the urge to fight to the death with Duke Long. That was abandoning himself to despair. He breathed in deeply and started to retreat towards the depths of the Shadow Sect blessed land. Run! Where do you think you can run to? Duke Long stood in the sky. His dragon eyes looked at Zishan Makoto's figure with a cold expression. The immortal aperture entrance of the Shadow Sect blessed land closed. The Soul Beast army did not charge out, they stayed back to defend. Duke Long smiled proudly. He turned around and looked at the Super GU formation. Seeing that Fairy Myrtle was progressing well, he aimed at the location of the Shadow Sect blessed land and activated an immortal killer move, Dragon Gate. This Dragon Gate had a grand appearance. There were 2 huge red pillars on both sides. There was a huge dragon coiling around each pillar. The dragon claws were locked onto the pillars. It was firm like a mountain. There were shining dragon scales. The dragon body was strong. The dragon body coiled around the pillars, all the way to the top of the pillars. Then, the upper bodies of the 2 dragons faced each other, their eyes looked at each other, their mouths opened, There was a dragon pearl in the middle, it was like a small sun, it was dazzling, it formed the scene of two dragons playing with a pearl. The dragon gate opened, the interior of the Shadow Sect blessed land was revealed. This immortal killer move, Dragon Gate, could actually forcefully open the blessed land. Duke Long laughed loudly, he stepped in, the Dragon Gate closed and vanished. The intense battle and slaughter in the blessed land could not be heard. The entire battlefield suddenly fell into an eerie silence. But it was obvious that after Duke Long entered the Shadow Sect blessed land, it would not be peaceful, so many soul beasts would charge at him without fear of death. What do we do? The southern border righteous path GU immortals looked at each other. Suddenly, they found that they had no opponents left. Zishan Makoto and Duke Long were trapped in the Shadow Sect blessed land. Bai Ningbing, He Lulan, Ying Wuxie, and the rest were all reality-seeker physique bodies, they hid in dream realms. The only ones moving in the battlefield were soul beasts. Many soul beasts rampaged in the battlefield. A portion of them were trapped in dream realms, unable to extricate themselves, they were soon eliminated by the dream realms. Most soul beasts saw the danger of the dream realms, because of their survival instincts, they started to scatter. Soul beasts hunted all life forms with souls, and through devouring them, they could strengthen themselves. The southern border righteous path GU immortals soon became the targets of these soul beasts, even though they did not want to attack. Wu Yi Hai, quickly send us into the GU formation. The southern border righteous path GU immortals requested. They had no intention of leaving. Because right now, the Shadow Sect was defeated, the Celestial Court had a high chance of winning. Meanwhile, the Celestial Court had not shown any killing intent towards Southern Border's righteous path. Southern Border's righteous path GU immortals subconsciously thought that the Celestial Court was on their side. After all, they were both righteous path. One was Central Continent's righteous path, the other was Southern Border's righteous path. Of course, there was an even more important psychological factor that affected their judgment. That was the dream realm. Even though this dream realm was in a mess, in the eyes of the Southern Border GU immortals, it was their resources, it was theirs. Moreover, they had personally witnessed the battle between Duke Long and Zishan Makoto, as well as Spectral Soul's main body, they finally saw the truth of the Battle of Yitian Mountain. Regarding the huge secret of a rank 9 Venerable, there might even be a huge fortuitous encounter, who would want to leave? This was Southern Border's Super GU formation, and the reinforcements of the various clans were rushing here. As for Heaven Overseeing Tower and Zhuyi Hui, they were fighting to the death, neither could do anything to the other. Fang Yuan ordered, everyone, work harder and kill these soul beasts. The clan's reinforcements are getting closer. These soul beasts were sent here by the enemy, killing them is like cutting off an arm of the enemy. If we let these soul beasts leave, it will cause chaos, this is the matter of our righteous path. Even though these words were reasonable, many Southern Border righteous path GU immortals did not buy it. Aren't reinforcements coming? Let them do it. That's right, I am very tired, I need to rest. Even if I am not injured, I expended a lot of immortal essence, I need to conserve my battle strength and not use it casually. Fang Yuan snorted coldly, I told you to go, so go, stop talking nonsense. The Southern Border righteous path GU immortals scolded loudly, but Fang Yuan ignored them. He was doing something very exciting. That was to ask for help from Wu Clan. Quick, it is still dangerous here, the situation is very complicated, quickly send the GU worms I want through jewel yellow skies. Don't worry, I will bear all the expenses. Why do I need Bloodline Immortal GU? I need it urgently, I need to join the GU formation and increase the Super GU formation's power. Borrowing so many Immortal GU at once is making things difficult for you. What are you troubled about? It is not like I have never borrowed them before. What? Borrowing Immortal GU from Wu Clan's treasury requires Lord Clan leader's approval? Fang Yuan immediately contacted Wu Yong. Elder brother, please lend me a hand. Wu Yong was controlling the Immortal GU house to quickly rush over. Hearing his brother's call, he immediately replied, what happened? What help do you need? You should know about the situation, brother. I am in control of the Super GU formation now. This is the best opportunity. It will allow our Wu clan to truly control this resource point and suppress the other clans. It is a chance to get rid of our previous predicament. Fang Yuan said sincerely. Wu Yong thought about it. This battlefield was not sealed. Southern Border's Righteous Path GU Immortals could use information path methods to communicate with their clans and ask for reinforcements. On Wu clan's side, only Fang Yuan was here, as well as Wu Liao and Xiao clan's GU Immortals. Thus, all the reinforcements were aware of the situation in this battlefield. Wu Yong was no exception. Wu Yong naturally knew that Fang Yuan had replaced Kai Gui and created the Super GU formation at the crucial moment. When he first heard about it, he was quite surprised. He did not expect his brother to have such a powerful formation path attainment. But Wu Yong soon understood. The reason? Because before this, Fang Yuan had competed with Kai Shong in formation path. Because Fairy Qiao Sai Liu was involved, it caused a huge commotion in Southern Border's GU Immortal world. Fang Yuan's formation path attainment was shocking, but with this foundation, it was not hard for Southern Border's GU Immortals to accept it. If Wu Yihai's identity was that of a GU Immortal born in Southern Border, it would definitely cause suspicion. The good thing was, Wu Yihai had ascended in Eastern Sea. Southern Border's GU Immortals did not know much about him. This gave Fang Yuan ample room to perform. Wu Yong heard Fang Yuan say, "Name restriction Immortal GU can be used to reinforce the Super GU formation and benefit Wu clan." He hesitated. But this hesitation of his was not mixed with any suspicion. He believed in Fang Yuan. He had never suspected that Wu Yihai was an imposter. What he was hesitating about was whether Fang Yuan's plan was reliable. How likely was it to succeed? If it was not, and the plan failed, what would happen to Wu clan's future political situation? These were all things that Wu Yong had to consider. As a leader, he had to look far ahead. He could not only look at the present. Chapter 1378. Wu Yong's hesitation did not last long. He quickly decided to go with Fang Yuan's intentions. This was an opportunity. It was a good opportunity for Wu clan. Wu Yong had been staying in Wu clan for some time, resisting the various clans' problems. These days were quite stifling. He did not want to continue living like this. Moreover, he understood that as long as he, a rank 8 GU Immortal, did not die, Wu clan would have a foundation in Southern Border's GU Immortal world. It would not be too bad. Lend. If Fang Yuan wanted to borrow reputation restriction Immortal GU, he would lend it to him. Bloodline Immortal GU? He would also lend it to him. But this support was not due to numbness. Wu Yong and all of Wu clan's GU Immortals had to listen to Fang Yuan's reason for borrowing GU. Any unreasonable reason would be rejected and refuted. Such seriousness and caution had long since become a tradition of the various superpowers. Because Immortal GU were unique, any Immortal GU, even if it was rank 6, would directly increase the foundation of any superforce. Immortal GU could not be easily borrowed. It was not easy for Fang Yuan to come up with a suitable reason in such a short time. But in the end, he still borrowed 6 Immortal GU. 6 Immortal GU is enough. Do you have enough Immortal Essence to use anymore? Wu Yong tactfully rejected Fang Yuan's request again. 6 Immortal GU were on one person. The risk was too high. It was not that Wu clan was suspicious of Fang Yuan's identity, but if anything happened to Wu Yihai, these Immortal GU would be lost. It would be a huge blow to Wu clan's foundation. Don't put all your eggs in one basket. Everyone knew this. Fang Yuan heaved a deep sigh. Brother, you are right. I do not have much red date Immortal Essence left. Brother, quickly lend me some Immortal Yuan stones. I need to replenish my Immortal Essence quickly. He took advantage of the situation to earn another sum. This time, Wu Yong did not hesitate. He directly approved. An emperor does not need hungry soldiers. Without Immortal Essence, Immortal GU were useless no matter how many they had. After lending so many Immortal GU, he had to make use of these Immortal GU, right? Thus, Fang Yuan directly obtained 100,000 Immortal Yuan stones. The Wu clan was indeed worthy of being a great faction. It was evident that the Wu clan had a huge business. Use it sparingly. These Immortal Yuan stones and Immortal GU are all lent to you. You need to be extremely careful. Wu Yong took good care of Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan quickly agreed. The immortal Jiyu and immortal Yuan stone were quickly transported to Fang Yuan through jewel yellow skies. Treasure Emperor Heaven was in an uproar. Once Fang Yuan obtained it, he started to absorb immortal Yuan stone and convert it into immortal essence. At the same time, he threw the 6 immortal Jiyu into reverse flow river. Suppress them all. Once this battle ended, Wu Yihai's identity would definitely be lost. Just one sentence from the celestial court would raise enough suspicions. Fang Yuan could not endure continuous investigations. As long as soul-searching methods or immortal apertures were used, Fang Yuan would be exposed. Thus, before escaping, he had to make a huge profit. It is a pity that I did not borrow an immortal Jiyu house. Fang Yuan smacked his lips. After deceiving the entire Wu clan, he still wanted more. For a super force, an immortal Jiyu house was much more important than an immortal Jiyu. They could not lend it to Fang Yuan. Like the atomic bombs on Earth, the weapons of a nation could not be lent to others. Unless Fang Yuan became someone like Wu Yong, holding the highest authority in Wu clan and possessing an immortal Jiyu house, no one would say anything. Like how He Cheng borrowed the immortal Jiyu house dark prison, that was because He tribe's 4 supreme elders had repercussions from cultivating Green City Rampage. They could only stay together and could not leave by themselves. Under such circumstances, He Cheng held the highest authority in He tribe. When Fang Yuan wanted to borrow an immortal Jiyu house, Wu Yong's first thought was, "My brother wants to borrow an immortal Jiyu house. If he does not return it after this battle, he will use the power of the immortal Jiyu house and Qiao clan's help to resist me. What will I do?" Furthermore, the immortal Jiyu house could not be transported completely through jewel yellow skies. Immortal Jiyu houses were Jiyu formations. Nobody could arrange Jiyu formations or prepare killer moves in jewel yellow skies. Thus, to transport an immortal Jiyu house, it had to be split up. Splitting up was easy, but forming it was hard. Immortal Jiyu houses were the crystallization of formation path. To construct an immortal Jiyu house, even if one knew the method and the correct steps, the formation path Jiyu immortal needed to focus and work hard. If one was careless, the construction would fail. This was the same logic as setting up a Jiyu formation. Not only would the Jiyu immortal suffer backlash, the Jiyu formation and immortal Jiyu house would also suffer the same. The risk was too high. Lending so many immortal Jiyu and immortal Yuan stone to Fang Yuan was already Wu clan's limit. And this was because Fang Yuan was Wu Yong's brother. He had also contributed a lot to Wu clan. If not for Frosty Peak, Moon Bowl, and Mount Snail, Fang Yuan would not have been able to borrow so many immortal Jiyu. Fang Yuan wanted to reap the benefits. He wanted Shadow Sect and Celestial Court to fight to the death while he reaped the benefits in the end. No matter how hard he tried, things did not go according to plan. Celestial Court's Duke Long's strength was beyond his imagination. Shadow Sect's defeat and Celestial Court's victory were basically confirmed. Even Spectral Soul's main body had fallen. If Shadow Sect had any trump cards, they would have used them already. Speaking of which, Shadow Sect's foundation was quite deep. Unfortunately, in the Battle of Yi Tian Mountain, in order to refine sovereign immortal fetus Jiyu, they suffered huge lossy. The blow was too heavy, they could not recover from it. The few remaining survivors were still being chased by Fang Yuan. They could not develop smoothly. But I captured the pure dream reality seeker physique bodies and obtained a large number of heavenly crystals. The upper extreme heavenly eagle continued to mature them. This time, I cheated 6 more immortal Jiyu and 100,000 immortal Yuan stone. This kind of harvest is actually quite huge. Fang Yuan was good at gaining benefits. Since the start of the battle, he had not fought to the death. He did not put in much effort, but his gains were shocking. It is a pity that Dark Limit Immortal Jiyu is trapped inside. I cannot take it out now. Once the Jiyu formation collapses, I will have to face Fairy Myrtle. There is another problem, that is Wu clan's alliance agreement. I joined Wu clan and signed the alliance agreement. There is also Life Tablet Jiyu and Soul Lantern Jiyu. They are placed in Wu clan's ancestral hall. Especially the latter problem, it gave Fang Yuan a huge headache. Thus, he cheated 6 immortal Jiyu to deal with this problem. In the future, If Wu clan used this information path relationship to harm Fang Yuan would at least still have Wu clan's immortal GU. From this, he had the capital to negotiate with Wu clan. An outstanding chess player had to calculate the next 3 moves before making a move. Even though Fang Yuan was still trapped in the battlefield, he was already thinking about the future. Demonic path people are truly sinister and crafty, they are greedy beyond compare. Even before death, they do not forget to harm others. O Fang Yuan, your sins are so heavy, you will die today. Give up any thoughts of escaping, because against me, you have no hope of escaping. At this time, star constellation Immortal Venerable's voice resounded from the Super GU formation. Fairy Myrtle definitely knew that Wu clan was using dual yellow skies to transport Immortal GU and Immortal Yuan Stone. There was no helping it, dual yellow skies was like this, it was an open market, any transaction could be exposed. How could Celestial Court not pay attention to dual yellow skies? How could they not investigate it? Fang Yuan sneered, this is the result of your Celestial Court not exposing me in time. It seems that you do not have any crucial evidence. Actually, even if you have such evidence, so what? Will Wu clan believe it? Will Southern Borders GU Immortal World believe it? They will only believe in things that they can prove themselves. These righteous path forces have always been like this, they will link everything to conspiracies and politics. Fairy Myrtle was silent, she did not speak. She understood that Fang Yuan had already fallen to the demonic path, he had a firm will that could not be shaken by words. Fairy Myrtle chose not to do pointless things, it would save her energy. Immediately, her speed of corroding the Super GU formation increased. Fang Yuan's expression changed, he knew the situation was not good. At this speed, even if the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle matured, it would not be able to catch up. The Super GU formation would collapse prematurely. He now had the information path Immortal GU, Reputation Reign. His plan was to use this Immortal GU to control the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle. But Fang Yuan did not have much confidence in this method. Because the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle was an immemorial desolate beast, it had rank 8 GU Immortal Battle Strength, while Reputation Reign Immortal GU was only rank 7. The only thing that gave Fang Yuan some hope was that he had enough fame, he hoped that he could use this to make name Reign Immortal GU display extraordinary power. In the worst case, he could only release the uncontrollable upper extreme Heavenly Eagle to create chaos and escape. Right now, the battlefield was divided into 4 parts. The first and most crucial part was the battle between Zishan Makoto and Duke Long. They were fighting in Shadow Sect's blessed land, the current situation was unknown, but Duke Long had the upper hand, he had a high chance of winning. The second part was the battle between Heaven Overseeing Tower and Zhuyi Hui, neither could do anything to the other. Right now, both were injured, even with Zhuyi Hui's strong recovery ability, it was covered in injuries. Meanwhile, Heaven Overseeing Tower's edges had collapsed, it was no longer as glorious as before. The third part was the battle between Southern Borders Righteous Path GU Immortals and Soul Beasts, there was nothing to write home about. The fourth part was the battle between Fang Yuan and Fairy Myrtle over the Super GU formation. This battlefield was the most secretive, even the Southern Border Righteous Path GU Immortals were kept in the dark. From Fang Yuan's perspective, the outcome was already set, Celestial Court was sure to win. In this situation, he could only escape, his plan to take advantage of the chaos had failed. But this old demon, Fang Yuan, even if he failed, his gains were huge. Now, it will depend on whether I can escape or not. Just as Fang Yuan was working hard on this matter, he received Zishan Makoto's information. Fang Yuan, is our cooperation still going on? Fang Yuan's heart jumped, of course it can. Hey, very good. I was not wrong about you after all. I want to give you everything I have. My immortal GU, my killer moves, my knowledge, and you do not need to bear any responsibilities or obligations. Ying Wu Xie, Hei Lulan, White Rabbit, Miao Yin, Sixth Hair, they will all listen to you. From today onwards, you are the leader of Shadow Sect. Note, asking for a guaranteed monthly vote, I forgot to mention it yesterday, everyone who has a monthly vote, please vote. Chapter 1379. Make me the leader of Shadow Sect. Fang Yuan was shocked. Unbelievable. He had never expected such a scene to occur. Shadow Sect and I are mortal enemies. I even seized sovereign immortal fetus Gu. Why is Zishan Makoto doing this? What scheme is he plotting? All sorts of thoughts flashed and surged in Fang Yuan's mind. Zishan Makoto, what is the meaning of this? Fang Yuan was silent for a while before asking. Zishan Makoto said, He, Fang Yuan, don't be suspicious, I am not plotting anything. Because I am about to die in battle. Spectral Soul's main body has already been captured. Since Duke Long has made a move, he will not let me off. The great era is coming, Fang Yuan. The Celestial Court wants to be the ruler of the 5 regions and rule over the whole of humanity. The Celestial Court will not let you off, because you are not Zhao Lianyun, you are a complete otherworldly demon, you have the sovereign immortal aperture and the luck path true inheritance. You do not belong to this world, you are a person who messes with fate, a person who defies fate, you are the greatest variable in this world. You are the target that the Celestial Court must eliminate. If you do not eliminate the Celestial Court will eliminate you. My Shadow Sect once wanted to defy the heavenly Tao and become venerable again. The Celestial Court was the greatest obstacle. But my Shadow Sect failed. Instead of using my things to benefit the enemy, I might as well give them to you. Ha ha ha. Zishan Makoto said this and laughed loudly. Fang Yuan thought to himself, even at death's door, you still want to make life difficult for the enemy. This is human nature, it is reasonable. But I still need to test it. Thinking about this, he asked Zishan Makoto, you once said that the sovereign immortal physique has a major drawback. What is this drawback? Zishan Makoto chuckled. I'm afraid you've noticed this drawback, haven't you? It was not difficult for it to guess. It was food. Your paragon immortal body is not produced by the human clan. Although it is also a body of flesh and blood, its origin is different. In essence, it was still a rank 9 immortal GU. Since it is a rank 9 immortal GU, it needs to be fed. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. I guessed this long ago. I want to ask, what does sovereign immortal fetus GU eat? Zishan Makoto laughed. Can't you guess what we're going to eat? It was nothing more than a test of my sincerity. Then I'll tell you. Zishan Makoto gave the answer. After hearing it, Fang Yuan couldn't help but take a deep breath. Like he expected, sovereign immortal fetus goose food was the answer he had guessed earlier. In that case, we are in big trouble. However, Zishan Makoto actually told me directly, he seems to be sincere, within the Shadow Sect's blessed land. Countless soul beasts formed an army, they were grand and mighty, like a tsunami, they surged towards Duke Long. Duke Long was surrounded by the army, his body was smaller than any of the soul beasts, but he had terrifying battle strength. The soul beasts came one after another. No matter how many there were, no matter how high their cultivation level was, they all fell to Duke Long. Duke Long waved his claws. Swoosh. With a soft sound, a clear claw mark appeared, it almost pierced through space. Wherever it went, the soul beasts along the way were torn apart, they could not resist at all. Among these dead soul beasts, there were desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts. But under Duke Long's claws, they were slaughtered like chickens and dogs. A bunch of trash, no matter how many of you come, it is useless. Duke Long floated in the air, his body was as straight as a mountain, the dragon horns on his forehead were sinister, his dragon eyes flickered with a cold light. With him as the center, there was not a single living being within a few thousand steps of him, a vast number of soul beast corpses were piled up here. Zishan Makoto was already hidden among the soul beast army, he was nowhere to be seen. Duke Long was attacked by the soul beast army for so long, but he was not injured at all. He was expressionless, his gaze slowly landed on a certain spot on the ground. There, the door of life and death was wide open, countless soul beasts were pouring out of the door endlessly. Soul beasts had the instinct to seek luck and avoid danger, but the door of life and death was a place that Spectral Soul had guarded for many years, he had already turned it into his base. These soul beasts in the door of life and death were definitely affected by Spectral Soul's methods. All in all, they were incomparably loyal to the Shadow Sect, they listened to Zishan Makoto's orders and launched a hopeless counterattack against Duke Long. Door of life and death. Duke Long pondered. This was a secluded domain of heaven and earth. It was unique in the world. It was also one of Duke Long's goals in this trip. After I subdue the door of life and death, when Fate Immortal GU is completely repaired, all living beings in the world will have their souls enter the door of life and death after they die. At that time, the Celestial Court will have such a secluded domain of heaven and earth, its rule will be extremely stable. To Duke Long, once he used powerful methods like triple chi retraction, the blessed land of the Shadow Sect would be very fragile. But at this moment, to not destroy the door of life and death, Duke Long decided to use another method. Boom! Duke Long flew out like a flying dragon. He was extremely domineering, all the soul beasts in his path were sent flying by him. Next, they were cut into pieces by the endless chi currents. Little split soul, where do you think you can hide? Duke Long spoke as he slammed his hand down. Rumble. A translucent mountain made of air currents suddenly formed and rapidly pressed down. It was as if the sky was collapsing. Zishan Makoto gritted his teeth. He had no choice but to show himself and resist with all his might. Both sides clashed, the chi current mountain lost most of its strength, while Zishan Makoto coughed out a large amount of blood, his body was sent flying like a kite with its string cut. Why are you still resisting so stubbornly? What hope do you still have? Duke Long snorted coldly, he charged over mercilessly with a berserk aura. Hope. Zishan Makoto knew that he had no chance of surviving this battle. This was the last moment he had left in this world. His gaze turned hazy. Over 100,000 years ago, 7 people broke free from the door of life and death. Huff. We finally walked out of the door of life and death, we revived. Only the 7 of us are left. Thankfully, Reverse Flow River is not here, otherwise, how could we have reached this stage? Now that Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable is dead, let's go, our main body has the hope of returning to rank 9. That year, Shadow Sect was established, the first split souls were called red, orange, yellow, green, azure, blue, and purple. That means, I am purple. Zishan Makoto looked at the water, at his own reflection, he looked far away, let's start cultivating. We need strength. Many years later. Rumble. With a loud sound, the GU formation crumbled, dust flew everywhere. We got through it, as expected of purple, you are really amazing. Limitless Demon Venerable's personal GU formation was destroyed by us. Huang Da laughed. Huang Da patted Purple's shoulder, asking, Purple, among us, you cultivate Wisdom Path, what is your Wisdom Path attainment level now? Great Grandmaster. Purple replied calmly. Huang's mouth opened wide, heavens, you are the first Great Grandmaster among us. Purple glanced at Huang, what's there to be surprised about? Don't forget, we are split souls of the main body, we each have a portion of the main body's cultivation experience. Huang nodded, that's true. What we should be happy about is this Limitless Demon Venerable true inheritance. If we pass Limitless Demon Venerable's final test, this true inheritance will be ours. That's right, this way, our hope of executing our plan has increased by a lot. Purple smiled lightly, let's continue like this, we will continue to absorb true inheritances and resources, we will grow stronger and pave the way for our main body. Many years passed again. Providence. To think that it had such great power. Even Qing had been killed. What do we do? The higher our cultivation level, the stronger Shadow Sect's forces, the more Providence will target us. At this rate, we will be in big trouble. It is not hard to resolve Azure's matter. I have already thought of a way, that is to refine Wisdom Sword Immortal GU. As for Providence, I need to think of another way. Purple said this as he narrowed his eyes. Even though Azure is no longer captivated by love, his second Venerable Ascension attempt failed completely. What else can we do? How can we resist Providence? Purple went into closed-door cultivation, using all his strength to deduce a method. Finally, he deduced a method. Assimilate with Providence. I will temporarily become a part of Providence. Even though it is dangerous, it is not bad, We will be able to infiltrate the enemy's inner circle and learn about a portion of Providence's layout. But there is one thing I need to pay attention to. If I assimilate for a long time, I will be easily corroded by Providence and become a part of Providence. I need to think of a way to preserve my will. After a period of arduous deductions. I finally deduced it. I will call this method purple gold rock skin. Even though there is little hope of resisting Providence, there is still a trace of hope. Cough, cough, cough. He suddenly covered his mouth and coughed violently. Bright red blood seeped out from the gaps between his fingers. The world changed. No one knew how long it would take. The purple gold rock skin shattered. Purple woke up from his slumber. Where is this? How long has it been? Purple was stunned as he looked at the unfamiliar environment. Most of the first generation of companions have died. There are only a few who are about the same as me, half dead. Sigh. The only fortunate thing is that Shadow Sect is doing well. Z let out a deep sigh and looked up at the sky. Providence. His gaze was deep and eerie. Grandpa, drink some water. One day, Purple woke up. He found a master and servant pair standing beside him. A young girl dressed in luxurious clothes, and a female servant with strong limbs. Third miss, don't care about this old beggar. Sigh, you are too kind. This old beggar is not a member of our village. Why do you care about his life and death? The female servant looked at Purple in disdain. Her GU master aura was overflowing. Chapter 1380. Zishan Makoto saw that his clothes were tattered. He was in a sorry state. His old face was covered in dust. His limbs were thin and dirty. But soon, he looked at the GU master girl in front of him, thinking, is it her? The crucial person in the trajectory of fate. No, this feeling seems right but actually wrong. So it's not her, but her descendant. The GU master girl left behind some simple food before leaving with the servant girl. That night, Purple went to her and gave her a true inheritance in her dream. This true inheritance is a bit messy. It has wisdom path, transformation path, and even food path. I will call it Black Tigress True Inheritance for now. Sigh, I wonder if it will be effective. Can it continue influencing her? But there is still some hope, isn't it? Purple left silently. Northern Plains, inside a cave. He's here. Zishan Makoto called out in his mind. The young-looking Lady WN Sho excitedly barged in. Seeing Zishan Makoto, her heart sank to rock bottom. So Senior is already here. Junior will leave now. I don't dare to disturb Senior from collecting this true inheritance. Zishan Makoto's aura made Lady WN Sho's heart palpitate. Zishan Makoto looked at her, thinking, this is the girl. He spoke, little girl, you are young but can cultivate to GU immortal. You know your limits and know when to advance and when to retreat, very good. But I can't collect this true inheritance. I don't have the qualifications. I am willing to give this true inheritance to you, but after you inherit it, you need to let me look through its contents. At the same time, you will owe me a favor. In the future, if you need help, you will need to use this information path GU worm to convey information to someone. Kill me or torture me, do as you wish. But don't even think about making me beg for mercy. The female GU master collapsed on the ground. Her tone was firm. Purple smiled. Little girl, you are very interesting. You remind me of many things in the past. It is your fortune to have met me. Saying so, Purple stretched out his index finger and lightly touched the female GU master's forehead. This is a fire path true inheritance. I only gave you the upper half. It is enough for you to cultivate to rank 5 and become an expert among GU masters. As for the second half, I hid it somewhere in Northern Plains. In the future, if you have a chance to find the second half, you might be able to use it to ascend as an immortal. After saying that, Purple disappeared. Immortal ascension? This old beggar is crazy. Is he a GU immortal? The female GU master waited for a while before recovering. Bewildered, she quickly left the place. Purple stepped on the cloud layer, watching the female GU master leave. He muttered, this girl is quite special. Not only does she have the taste of destiny, she is also being watched by Providence. I'm afraid one of her relatives will become a pawn of Providence in the future. Hey, young man, I have 3 true inheritances here. The first inheritance will allow you to bathe in fire and step on the flames, looking down on the mortal world. The second inheritance could allow one to control the wind and float in the air, allowing one to roam freely in the world. The third inheritance was to transcend life and death and help the common people. Which one will you choose? Tell me after thinking about it. The Young Tai by Yunsheng thought for a while. I choose the third one, another source of hope. Sigh, it has been almost 100,000 years. I hope that the seed of hope I planted will accumulate more and more, it will be helpful to the main body's plan. Roar. A dragon roar resounded, shaking the entire blessed land. Duke Long breathed out dragon flames, directly hitting Zishan Makoto. Zishan Makoto cut off his own arm to block this fatal attack, he could only retreat. Duke Long grabbed the air again. Zishan Makoto felt intense pain in his chest. With a series of cracking sounds, most of his bones were crushed by Duke Long. Zishan Makoto endured the pain. Even though he could not move, he still used GU worms to dodge. Duke Long's expression was still cold. Do you know why you lost? He fixed his gaze on Zishan Makoto like a cat toying with a mouse. Zishan Makoto coughed and spat out a mouthful of blood. He looked at Duke Long in the sky. I'd like to hear the details. Duke Long sneered. He suddenly vanished on the spot. At the next moment, he appeared in front of Zishan Makoto. A fierce punch. Zishan Makoto's abdomen was hit by the punch. The incomparable fist force immediately blasted a huge hole in his abdomen. Zishan Makoto was sent flying like a cannonball. He was sent crashing into the ground by the fist force, sinking into a pit. You want to assimilate with Providence. In fact, Lady Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had already done this countless years ago. She is the creator of Wisdom Path. How can you show off in front of her? You spent the latter half of your life doing one thing, that was to fight for pawns with Providence. Unfortunately, when you assimilated with Providence, you also became a pawn of Providence. Duke Long said this as he slowly descended. Zishan Makoto gritted his teeth. He exerted all his strength and flew out of the pit. He flew back for some distance, landing on the ground and coughing out blood again. His abdomen was only connected by the skin on both sides, but it was no longer bleeding. He had used his method to stop it. Zishan Makoto's expression was extremely pale. His body was on the verge of collapse. His vision was dark. He was only relying on his willpower to keep himself from fainting on the spot. Duke Long slowly landed on the ground. He did not chase. He stretched out his index finger and pointed at Zishan Makoto. Boom! A dazzling beam of light shot out. Zishan Makoto's body was emitting faint purple light, but under Duke Long's unstoppable attacks, he was sent flying and landed on the ground, forming a pool of blood around him. As for the second reason, you should have already guessed it. That's right, this dream realm has already been corroded by Providence. The longer the dream realm manifests, the deeper Providence's corrosion will be. This time, my celestial court was fortunate enough to receive guidance from the will of the stars. We have already understood spectral soul's condition and location. Oh, there is also that Fang Yuan. How ironic, if he was hiding somewhere else, we might not have been able to find him. Unfortunately, he chose to explore the dream realm. His soul entered the dream and was directly exposed to Providence. He tried to defy heaven's will. He deserves to die. He will definitely die today. Duke Long walked over with large strides. During this period, countless soul beasts gathered again, forming a dense black mass that was like a dark cloud pressing down on a city. They charged towards Duke Long from the sky. Duke Long continued to walk. He did not even look at the wind above him. He only raised his left arm and clenched his fist lightly. Rumble. The atmosphere exploded. In an instant, countless soul beasts were torn into pieces. Duke Long was indeed a quasi-rank 9 battle strength. He cultivated Chi Path primarily and Transformation Path concurrently. Right now, he was using Chi Path methods. The soul beast army was as weak as paper toys in front of him. He walked forward with large strides. His body was strong and his hair fluttered in the wind. Walking in front of Zishan Makoto, Duke Long stood still and looked down at Zishan Makoto. Zishan Makoto was sprawled on the ground. His arms were trembling. He was trying his best to support his upper body. He wanted to stand up. He still wanted to continue fighting. Thus, Duke Long looked at him quietly. He saw Zishan Makoto finally using all his strength to slowly stand up, standing in front of him. But Zishan Makoto's injuries were too severe. He did not have the ability to continue fighting. He could not even support this simple action of standing up. But just as he was about to fall, Duke Long reached out and grabbed Zishan Makoto's neck. Public Duke Long used his iron pincer-like hand to lift Purple Mountain True Monarch up slightly, lifting his feet off the ground. How does it feel to have your hopes destroyed? The outcome of trying to defy heaven is this pitiful. Even the soul of a Venerable is the same. Duke Long sneered. Zishan Makoto struggled to hold onto Duke Long's arm. Cough cough cough, I, indeed, have no hope. But that doesn't mean that others don't have hope, Duke Long's expression changed slightly. His sharp dragon eyes quickly looked at Zishan Makoto's body. No wonder you are so weak. So you sent away a portion of your immortal GU. You still refuse to give up. Since you cannot succeed, what can the remaining Shadow Sect members do? Zishan Makoto's face was purplish red. He could barely breathe or speak. He could only mumble in his heart, "This person is different, Fang Yuan. You are definitely different. You are a complete otherworldly demon, the best candidate to resist fate. You are also the greatest chess piece that Providence chose to deal with my Shadow Sect. Now, you have already escaped from Providence's control. I assimilated with Providence. I have been sowing hope and influencing fate. Unfortunately, I failed. Just like what Duke Long said, I have unknowingly become Providence's chess piece. The process of me assimilating with Providence is also the process of Providence assimilating me. I have no hope left. But you, Fang Yuan, are my greatest hope. Let me exert my final influence at the final juncture of my life. I am really looking forward to it. You, who possesses the entire inheritance of Shadow Sect, how far can you go? Go and turn the world upside down, Fang Yuan." These inner roars were all transmitted into Fang Yuan's ears. Fang Yuan sighed. A man is about to die. He finally no longer had any doubts. I understand your intentions, although we were once enemies. I will take over this mess. I am willing to become the master of Shadow Sect. Very good, very good. Zishan Makoto's eyelids drooped weakly. His hands were tightly entwined with Duke Long's, but his movements were frozen, still strangling Duke Long's arm. In a fighting posture. At this moment, Zishan Makoto died in battle. His unkempt purple hair was no longer dazzling and shiny. The journey of 100,000 years had come to an end at this moment. This life that had been fighting ceaselessly had stopped its footsteps. Although he had failed and lost his life, in his final moments, he still sowed hope. He died full of expectations. Perhaps this was the reason why there was still a smile on his lips before he died. It was 100,000 years of vicissitudes in the human world, half awake and half insane. Chapter 1381. Zishan Makoto no longer had any signs of life. He had turned into a corpse. What a clean death. Duke Long snorted coldly. His cold dragon eyes observed Zishan Makoto from inside out. Zishan Makoto had many immortal GU, but he secretly sent away most of them. The remaining GU worms also self-destructed after he died. Not just that, his soul was also dissipating. Duke Long wanted to stop it, but he could not do so. What made Duke Long even more surprised was that Zishan Makoto's immortal body still had many Dao marks left. But at this moment, these Dao marks were dissipating. He really did not leave any resources for the Celestial Court. Duke Long let go. The worthless Zishan Makoto's corpse fell to the ground. Soul beasts roared. A large group surrounded Duke Long again. But because of Duke Long's ferocious display earlier, none of these soul beasts dared to attack him. Compared to the numerous soul beasts, Duke Long's body was tiny, but he was strolling leisurely with a relaxed expression. As expected of the door of life and death, the number of soul beasts hidden inside is like a mountain or a sea. After killing one batch, another batch will appear. There is no end to them, they are endless. Duke Long let out a slight sigh. The door of life and death was a secluded domain of heaven and earth. It had existed since the creation of heaven and earth. Think about it, since ancient times, when countless living beings died, most of their souls would return to this place. Only after Red Lotus Demon Venerable destroyed Fate Gu would his soul be left behind in the outside world. Thus, in the depths of the door of life and death, only Spectral Soul knew how many souls and soul beasts were hidden. Duke Long did not care about these soul beasts. Even immemorial soul beasts were only a small problem to Duke Long unless they were legendary immemorial desolate beasts like Zuoyi Hui or Maro Li Chiu. He would treat them with respect. Spectral Soul has been captured, his greatest clone is also dead. It's time to go out and clean up the entire battlefield. Duke Long had the immortal killer move Dragon Gate, he could freely enter Blessed Lands and Grotto Heavens. Even if the Shadow Sect's Blessed Land was closed, it would not be able to trap him. But just as he was about to move, the entire Blessed Land suddenly shook. Cracks began to spread from the verdant sky, as if a mirror had shattered. Duke Long frowned slightly. Is the entire Shadow Sect's Blessed Land going to self-destruct? It's really the style of a demon. As such, Duke Long had no choice but to dispel his previous thoughts. He needed to bring out the gate of life and death before the Blessed Land was destroyed. If the Blessed Land was allowed to be destroyed, the winds of assimilation would blow, and the safety of this rather important mystic realm of heaven and earth would be in danger. Roar! Roar! The Soul Beast army roared, and their voices were tinged with panic. This entire world was about to be destroyed, and these soul beasts all felt that a great calamity was about to befall them. More and more soul beasts started to appear amidst the chaos. Duke Long went against the flow and slaughtered a group of soul beasts, before standing in front of the gate of life and death. At the same time, outside the Shadow Sect Blessed Land. We can't hold on anymore. Several pure dream reality seeker physique bodies came out of the dream realms one after another. Their 10 extreme physiques were not complete, they still had flaws. Even though they had dream path Dao marks, they could not stay in the dream realms for an unlimited amount of time. When the time was up, they had to come out. But just as the southern border righteous path GU immortals wanted to chase them, the Super GU formation activated and transported all of these pure dream reality seeker physique bodies inside. These pure dream reality seeker physique bodies were created by Zishan Makoto by expending his own soul from the cocoon of light. In terms of status, they were still split souls of the Shadow Sect, the clones of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable in the world. But their battle strength could not be counted on. Zishan Makoto had only given them some mortal GU. As for their thoughts and foundation, they were completely different from Zishan Makoto, they were like completely new individuals. We greet the new leader of the Shadow Sect. After seeing Fang Yuan, they immediately paid their respects. Before Zishan Makoto died, he had arranged everything. Hei Lulan, Bai Ning Bing, Ying Wu Xie, Fairy Miao Yin, and Black Tigress also came out of the immortal apertures of the pure dream reality seeker physique bodies. Facing Fang Yuan, these people's expressions were quite interesting. I am Miao Yin, greet Lord Sect Leader. Fairy Miao Yin was the first to speak. She was one of the 3 great fairies of southern border like Qiao Sai Liu, her voice was extremely soft, her eyes were alluring, her clothes were pink, her figure was alluring, her eyes were more sunken than normal people, her nose bridge was high, her eyes were mesmerizing. Lord Sect Leader, Black Tigress also said. Her expression was stiff, because not long ago, she had attacked Fang Yuan, attempting to take Fang Yuan's life. She did not expect the changes in fate to be so miraculous. In just a short while, Fang Yuan had become her leader. Hei Lulan gritted her teeth, sighing deeply. Hei Lulan greets Lord Sect Leader. She had cooperated with Fang Yuan before, they had also been enemies, she had even been saved by Fang Yuan. She had even made use of her period, Blazing Heaven Demonis, to cheat Fang Yuan. But later, during the Battle of Yi Tian Mountain, due to a strange combination of factors, she had to join the Shadow Sect, setting up an extremely harsh alliance agreement. Precisely because of this, when Fang Yuan became the new leader of the Shadow Sect, he could decide whether Hei Lulan's life or death. Hei Lulan had to lower her head. To think that there would be a day when I would cooperate with you. Bai Ning Bing, however, was unique. She crossed her arms, her dragon eyes shining with cold light as she stared at Fang Yuan, speaking with a sigh. Speaking of which, her relationship with Fang Yuan had deepened. Ever since Qing Maro Mountain, they had traveled together. Until now, both sides had their own fortuitous encounters, they had met again, and now, they were even working together again. It was truly fate's joke. As for Ying Wuxie, he was still in the dream realm. Fang Yuan looked at these Jiyu immortals. Towards these pure dream reality seeker physique bodies, Fang Yuan only glanced at them. These Jiyu immortals had a limited lifespan. Once the time was up, they would self-destruct. The higher their cultivation level, the shorter the time limit. Thus, these pure dream reality seeker physique bodies were cannon fodder. Among the true members of the Shadow Sect, there were only these 5 that Fang Yuan valued: Ying Wuxie, He Lulan, Bai Ning Bing, Fairy Miao Yin, and Lady Black Tigress. There was also Sixth Hare, a spy planted in Lang Ya blessed land by the Shadow Sect. He could barely be considered the 6th member. Among these 6, He Lulan was the most trustworthy one for Fang Yuan, because she could not betray him. Fairy Miao Yin and Lady Black Tigress became members of the Shadow Sect because of Zishan Makoto's true inheritance. Fang Yuan inherited Zishan Makoto's will. He had a high degree of control over these two. Ying Wuxie and Sixth Hare were split souls of the Shadow Sect. Since Fang Yuan became the leader of the Shadow Sect, even they had to admit this. But as for Fang Yuan's future orders, whether they would obey or actively carry them out, it would depend on Fang Yuan's methods. Among them, Bai Ning Bing was the most difficult Jiyu immortal to control. She had made an agreement with the Shadow Sect. Both sides were equal. When Zishan Makoto was alive, Bai Ning Bing did not even bother speaking to him, not to mention Fang Yuan, who had just become the leader of the Shadow Sect. At this moment, all sorts of thoughts flashed in Fang Yuan's mind. Next, he said, He Lulan, take over my control of the Super Jiyu formation. I want to save Ying Wuxie. He had been controlling the Super Jiyu formation to resist Fairy Myrtle's corrosion. He could not divert his attention to use more complex killer moves. The reason why he chose He Lulan was because she was the most trustworthy among the 5 of them. Immortal killer move Unravel Dream. Fang Yuan successfully saved Ying Wuxie, freeing him from the dream realm. However, even though Ying Wuxie woke up, he was not in a good state. His eyes were lifeless, he had no fighting spirit or fighting spirit, he was lying on the ground, as if his spine had been pulled out. He had been thoroughly dealt a heavy blow. Spectral Soul's main body was captured, Zishan Makoto died, all of Ying Wuxie's hopes were destroyed. He felt that there was no path ahead, he was in complete darkness, there was no light at all. Ever since he was born, the only thing that had motivated him and pushed him forward was the goal of saving his main body. But now, this goal was completely destroyed. Ying Wuxie lost all of his fighting spirit. Even though he is a split soul of Spectral Soul, he is still too young. Without Zishan Makoto's experiences, how long has it been since the Battle of Yitian Mountain? Fang Yuan understood, he urged. Where are the inheritances that Zishan Makoto sent into your immortal aperture? Hand them over. Even though Ying Wuxie was dejected, he still acknowledged Fang Yuan's identity. He opened his immortal aperture's entrance, a lump of purple will flew out. The will contained a large amount of rank 8 immortal essence, as well as a group of immortal Jiyu, floating in the air. Zishan Makoto? Fang Yuan took a step back, showing a vigilant expression. Even though Zishan Makoto only had a will left, he still had immortal essence and Jiyu worms, he was still a threat. The purple will condensed into Zishan Makoto's appearance, he did not harm Fang Yuan, he followed the agreement and handed all of his immortal essence and Jiyu worms to Fang Yuan. Moreover, he handed them over in person. Fang Yuan successfully refined the immortal Jiyu. Fang Yuan let out a sigh of relief. Before this, even though he could communicate with Zishan Makoto directly, that was all, he could not let Zishan Makoto directly send the inheritances into Fang Yuan's immortal aperture. Zishan Makoto sent these inheritances to Ying Wuxie, before Fang Yuan took them out. Of course, even though Zishan Makoto did not ask anything of Fang Yuan could sense his intention. Zishan Makoto wanted Fang Yuan to save these people. Of course, if Fang Yuan did not save them, there would be no harm. To think that my gains this time are so much greater than I expected. After obtaining these inheritances, Fang Yuan sighed deeply. In his original plan, his goal was to exterminate the Shadow Sect and eliminate the remaining forces of the Shadow Sect. If he was lucky and performed exceptionally well, he might be able to capture the remnant soul of Spectral Soul's main body. Of course, Fang Yuan did not have much hope for this. Chapter 1382. After all, the other party was the founder of Soul Path, a rank 9 Venerable, one of the top 10 cultivators in history. It would be a joke if he could be soul-searched so easily. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable, who cultivated Space Path, could create killer moves like Divine Concealment and Ghostly Concealment that could be used at any time without using any Immortal Essence. Even if Spectral Soul's main body did not have Immortal Essence or GU worms, he was not easy to deal with. When Zishan Makoto gave all of his inheritance to Fang Yuan, making Fang Yuan the leader of Shadow Sect, Fang Yuan's gains were far beyond his expectations. Zishan Makoto wants me to save these people. But he did not say this out loud. Is he afraid that I will be suspicious and refuse to accept the gifts? He really put in a lot of effort. But if I use these people well, they will become my helpers. They are already at their wits' end, they are my natural allies. I will take all of you away. Fang Yuan was not a narrow-minded person. Even for people who had just transmigrated to this world, he was like that. Through his experiences in his previous life and this life, he had a much broader view than ordinary people. Bai Ning Bing, He Lulan, and Black Tigress had all betrayed him. But so what? Fang Yuan understood them from the bottom of his heart. These thoughts flashed in his mind for a moment. Fang Yuan stored Zishan Makoto's will into the sovereign immortal aperture. Without immortal essence and immortal GU, Zishan Makoto's will was almost non-threatening. In the future, unless it was absolutely necessary, Fang Yuan would not give immortal essence and immortal GU to this purple will. Time was pressing. Fang Yuan did not have time to check his gains. He directly communicated with the purple will in his immortal aperture. He wanted to ask about the method to control the upper extreme heavenly eagle that Zishan Makoto had revealed earlier. Fang Yuan was using reverse flow protection seal now. There was a huge risk. Hence, the upper extreme heavenly eagle naturally became the first choice. The upper extreme heavenly eagle's advantage over the countercurrent protection seal was that it could fly faster and penetrate through the void. It was also a primordial desolate beast, so its skin was very thick. Of course, the prerequisite was that Fang Yuan could control it. Even though Fang Yuan had name restriction Immortal GU, it was not his own, he was only borrowing it from Wu Clan. Secondly, the Immortal GU was only rank 7, against the rank 8 upper extreme Heavenly Eagle, it might not be enough. Fang Yuan soon learned of Zishan Makoto's method. Fang Yuan actually knew about this method as well. This was an enslavement path technique, and it was related to a person. This person's name was a bit special, he was called 180 Slaves. He was an Eastern Sea GU immortal, his early years were filled with difficulties, he was born as a slave and had a low status, but he used all the opportunities and risks to grow, eventually climbing to the peak of his life. He was an enslavement path genius. Ordinary enslavement path cultivators were the upper slaves and the lower slaves. But he did the opposite, using the lower slaves to control the higher slaves. Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance had the inheritance of 180 slaves, and it was a part of their cultivation content for Zombie Alliance members to purchase. Shark Demon had once bought a portion of 180 slaves' true inheritance. He wanted to use a group of sharks to control that one-finger flow shark in the River of Time. Unfortunately, it was destroyed by Blazing Heaven Demonis, and he was schemed against by Shadow Sect in Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance's headquarters. Not only him, even his beloved wife Subaiman was turned into a GU material to refine sovereign immortal fetus GU. Shadow Sect's foundation was incomparably deep, and Zishan Makoto was a first-generation split soul. There was definitely more than one method to enslave the immemorial desolate beast upper extreme heavenly eagle. But what Zishan Makoto could take out now was only 180 slaves. Speaking of which, he was actually quite lucky. Although Zishan Makoto had many immortal GU, he had set up the Purple Blood River formation some time ago. and had spread the true inheritance many times in the last 100,000 years. It was already not easy for him to gather a set of GU worms and achieve the effect of enslaving the upper extreme heavenly eagle. This immortal killer move is called 180 slaves, using one's own name to command. It seems this is the trump card of 180 slaves. It is the proudest method. This killer move is not difficult, and I even have immortal GU. Mortal GU are common things, I only need to buy them in jewel yellow skies. It seems that Shadow Sect has already modified 180 slaves. But what I lack now are eagle-type desolate beasts or ancient desolate beasts. Fang Yuan's thoughts moved as the upper extreme heavenly eagle continued to mature, expending a large amount of heavenly crystals. Fang Yuan, on the other hand, started to purchase eagle-type desolate beasts or ancient eagle beasts in jewel yellow skies. The sale of live desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts had a large scale in jewel yellow skies. However, it was rare to find an eagle among all of them. Time was pressing, Fang Yuan had no other choice. He hesitated for a moment before making his decision. He announced in jewel yellow skies, purchasing eagle-type desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts at a favorable price, using immortal GU to pay is not a problem. At once, this caused a commotion. Using immortal GU to purchase desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts. Immortal GU were unique, they were extremely hard to refine, while desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts were easier to raise. This was clearly a loss. But Fang Yuan could not care so much. Soon, it attracted the attention of many GU immortals. I have the mixed heavenly eagle, desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts. How much are you selling your immortal GU for? A GU immortal asked. The mixed heavenly eagle was not an ordinary eagle, it had the head of an eagle and the body of a human, it had a pair of arms, 5 fingers like a human, sharp nails, eagle feet and eagle wings. It liked to use a long bone club as a rod in battle. Even though this mixed heavenly eagle has a strange shape, it is indeed an eagle, I can use it. Fang Yuan thought of this and immediately asked, how many do you have? 33 desolate beast mixed heavenly eagles, 7 ancient mixed heavenly eagles. That GU immortal reported. Fang Yuan nodded without hesitation, I'll buy it. I have a rank 6 immortal GU here. Only rank 6 immortal GU? I have 7 ancient desolate beasts. The GU immortal said unhappily. Fang Yuan was even more dissatisfied, he shouted, get lost if you don't sell. That GU immortal's attitude immediately changed. Sigh, don't be angry, I'll sell it, I'll sell it. How can I not sell it? Once this transaction was completed, it immediately caused an even greater commotion in jewel yellow skies. The transactions of jewel yellow skies were very open, everyone witnessed the transaction. Someone is actually using immortal GU to buy desolate beasts. This is unprecedented. This GU immortal has a screw loose. Even though there are many mixed heavenly eagles, how many immortal materials can there be? Using immortal materials of this level to refine that rank 6 immortal GU, it would take more than 10 attempts. Refining immortal GU was too difficult, the success rate was very low. 10 attempts might seem like a lot, but in fact, many GU immortals would refine immortal GU 50 to 60 times. This isn't a scam, right? Is there a problem with this immortal GU? Some GU immortals were suspicious. No. This is jewel yellow skies, who can deceive it? The treasure light emitted by the goods is genuine. Let me do it. I have over 100 rainbow-chasing eagles here. Another customer came looking for him. Rainbow-chasing eagles were large in size, they were all desolate beasts, there had never been an ancient-level rainbow-chasing eagle. This type of eagle did not have high battle strength. Wild rainbow-chasing eagles liked to chase the light of rainbows, they were lacking in other aspects, only their speed was remarkable. Deal, take this rank 6 immortal GU. Fang Yuan directly bought it. The other party asked with some difficulty, can you make an exception and exchange it for an immortal GU? I have raised these rainbow-chasing eagles for over 100 years to reach this scale. Fang Yuan had a firm attitude, get lost. If you don't want to exchange it, get lost. No, no, no. Are you going to exchange it or not? Exchange, exchange, Exchange. Fang Yuan's divine sense snorted coldly. If I was not in a hurry to use the eagles, would you be able to get such benefits? Hurry up, don't waste time. I am giving you the immortal GU, I cannot waste any more time. Thus, the following GU immortals changed their way of addressing Fang Yuan, calling him Senior Fang Yuan. A storm was brewing. Even if there were no eagle-type GU immortals, they came to watch the show, to see this eccentric person who used immortal GU to buy desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts. The commotion of jewel-yellow skies naturally attracted the attention of the 5 regions. Among them were Celestial Court, Longevity Heaven, and others. But they could not stop Fang Yuan. Treasure Yellow Heaven was forever neutral, no one could find its location, and no one could exert any influence on it. After a while, Fang Yuan gathered enough eagle-type desolate beasts and ancient male eagles. For this, Fang Yuan paid 4 immortal GU. Among them, 3 were rank 6 and 1 was rank 7. And the number of eagles he obtained was astonishing, reaching over 1,200. Most of them were desolate beasts, while 30% were ancient desolate beasts. At the same time, he also gathered enough mortal GU. Fang Yuan began to activate the immortal killer move 180 slaves. He was very careful, because this was the first time he was using this move. His speed was very slow, even though the situation was urgent, he had to make full use of every second. GU worms were activated one by one. Fang Yuan's rhythm was very stable. Goo! Suddenly, his body shook as he coughed out a mouthful of blood. The activation failed. The backlash caused Fang Yuan to be injured, a large number of mortal GU were destroyed, his mental energy was also expended. Man as before. In an instant, Fang Yuan recovered. He was expressionless as he continued to activate 180 slaves. Failure. Failure again. After failing 3 times, on the 4th try, Fang Yuan endured the intense headache and finally succeeded. A mystical light enveloped the upper extreme heavenly eagle. The upper extreme heavenly eagle raised its head and let out a bright cry. It had a submissive expression. Success. Before Fang Yuan could rejoice, he heard He Lulan shout, "Quick, the GU formation is about to be destroyed." Fang Yuan gritted his teeth and immediately let out the upper extreme heavenly eagle. "You can't escape." Fairy Myrtle's voice was heard. She was flustered and exasperated. Fang Yuan had become the new leader of Shadow Sect right under her nose. He still wanted to escape. He was truly looking down on Fairy Myrtle. But right at this time, Zishan Makoto's will was released by Fang Yuan. It contained immortal essence and several immortal GU. "Fang Yuan, remember everything I told you. Leave now." The purple will said this and activated a killer move, charging towards the super GU formation and crashing into it. At the next moment, the upper extreme heavenly eagle carried Fang Yuan and the rest. It tore through space and arrived outside the GU formation. With a fierce flap of his wings, he immediately flew up to the 9th heaven. Chapter 1383. Another immemorial desolate beast. Someone left the battlefield. They seem to have escaped from the super GU formation. What is going on? The upper extreme heavenly eagle carried Fang Yuan, Ying Wuxie, and the rest, quickly leaving the battlefield. Southern Border's Righteous Path GU immortals were stunned. In fact, when Ying Wuxie and the rest were transported away by the super GU formation, many of them had sensed something amiss. The GU immortals on that eagle are almost all demonic path scoundrels who attacked us. What is Wu Yihai doing? Let us in. Southern Border's GU immortals protested. But inside the super GU formation, where was Fang Yuan? He had already changed his appearance and escaped in front of everyone's eyes. Kai Gui, something is amiss. At this moment, in the battlefield, Southern Border's Righteous Path GU immortal expert Tree Old Man came to Kai Gui's side. The other clan's GU immortals failed to communicate with Wu Yihai. So be it. But Wu clan and Qiao clan, especially Fairy Qiao Sai Liu, failed to communicate with them. Wu Yihai did not respond. There was definitely a problem. Wu Yihai controlled the entire super GU formation. If he made a mistake, it would be a huge mistake, lives would be lost. Kai Gui nodded with a solemn expression. He knew the severity of this matter. This Super GU formation was personally created by Kai clan's first Supreme Elder, Kai Chuyu. Even though he could not control the GU formation, he could check its condition. But it would take a lot of time and effort. It was troublesome. Kai Gui's face turned ashen as soon as he found out the truth. Bada observed Kai Gui's expression and saw that Kai Gui's expression changed abruptly. It was hard for him to conceal his panic and shock. Bada's heart immediately thumped and he hurriedly asked, "What happened?" "Lord Wu Yihai is missing. The Super GU formation is being occupied by two forces. They are fighting for it. One has Central Continent aura, the other has Northern Plains aura. Just based on aura, they are both rank 8 GU immortals," Kai Gui said with a tragic expression. When Bard heard this, he was stunned. This was a huge blow. He took a few deep breaths, and beads of sweat began to appear on his forehead. Too dangerous. This situation was too dangerous. Wu Yihai mysteriously disappeared. It is likely that he was killed. No matter how two rank 8s got into the Super GU formation, with just Wu Yihai's rank 7 cultivation level, it is not enough. This was Bard's deduction. At this time, he still did not think that Fang Yuan would be a traitor. This was also because Fang Yuan had changed his appearance before he left. Paying attention to this detail and had a small effect on them. More importantly, they never expected that Wu Yihai would work together with Shadow Sect. Why? Because not long ago, Ba Quan Feng appeared in Southern Border's righteous path, preventing the Super GU formation from being set up. At the crucial moment, Fang Yuan saved the situation. With his help, Southern Border's righteous path created the second layer of the Super GU formation. This matter left a deep impression on the Southern Border righteous path GU immortals present. If such a person was a mole in the Shadow Sect, how could he ruin the Shadow Sect's plan at such a critical moment? Wu Yihai is likely dead. Sigh, now that I think about it, fortunately, I was plotted against by Ba Quan Feng. If I were controlling the Super GU formation now, wouldn't Wu Yihai's ending be mine? Speaking of which, I should thank Wu Yihai, he replaced me. Kai Gui was still grateful towards Fang Yuan. Bard quickly accepted Wu Yihai's death. Bard had long disliked Wu Yihai. Even if Wu Yihai's ending was tragic, he could still treat it as a joke. But now, Bard could not laugh. The Super GU formation is gone. Even though Shadow Sect retreated, Celestial Court is still around. What is their attitude? Bard had to consider this serious question. Earlier, Shadow Sect and Southern Border's righteous path were on the same side, resisting Shadow Sect's attack. Now that Shadow Sect had retreated, Spectral Soul's main body was still imprisoned by Duke Long. What was the attitude of Celestial Court? To speak the truth, Bard had no confidence in this answer. Because not long ago, Central Continent's Celestial Court had organized a surprise attack on Northern Plains, destroying snowy mountain-blessed land, but they were defeated by Longevity Heaven. The current situation was very similar. Central Continent's Celestial Court organized another expedition to Southern Border. What would their attitude be? It was hard to say. Even though they were all in the righteous path, Bard, who was already a higher-up of the righteous path, understood one thing. Politics did not care about moral principles, only benefits mattered. What could they use to protect their own benefits? One word, strength. If the Super GU formation was still around, Southern Border's righteous path would have some confidence to talk to Celestial Court. But now, Wu Yihai was gone, the Super GU formation was being snatched away. They seemed to be two rank 8 GU immortals, but none of them had Southern Border aura. At this moment, in this situation, the more Bard thought, the worse his expression became. But he did not waste too much time thinking. After a while, he opened his dry lips and made a difficult decision: retreat. Retreat, we are giving up on the Super GU formation. There are immortal GU contributed by our clans here. Kai Gui pointed at the Dream Realms. Look at these Dream Realms, Celestial Court might have a way to collect them. If we retreat, who will bear the responsibility for the loss of the immortal GU and Dream Realms? Bard glanced at Kai Gui coldly. If you want to retreat, retreat. If you want to stay, you can stay as well. After saying this, he called the final BA clan GU immortal and left. Bard's decision immediately caused a commotion among the Southern Border Righteous Path GU Immortals. Before Bard left, he informed all of the Southern Border GU Immortals of the current situation. Wu Clan and Xiao Clan heard that Wu Yihai was missing. They were greatly affected. The Super GU formation was not under their control. Most of the Southern Border GU Immortals imitated Bard and started to retreat. Wu Liao, however, did not leave. Wu Yihai was Wu Yong's brother. Now that he was missing, Wu Liao was a Wu Clan GU Immortal. How could he retreat so easily? I believe Lord Wu Yihai is blessed by heaven. Qiao Sai Liu thought about it and left with Qiao Clan's GU Immortals. Most of the Southern Border GU Immortals left, leaving behind Kai Gui, Wu Liao, and a few others. They chose to believe in Celestial Court. After all, they were the leader of Central Continent's righteous path. Heaven Overseeing Tower was pestered by Zhuo Yihui. Both sides were locked in battle. Zhuo Yihui had deep hatred towards Celestial Court's GU Immortals. This was no longer just hunting for food. This was clearly within Zishan Makoto's calculations. Southern Border's righteous path GU Immortals retreated as soon as they could. A mere will can stop me. Not long after, Fairy Myrtle used the power of Star Constellation Chessboard to completely destroy Zishan Makoto's will. Not a single one was left. This rank 8 Wisdom Path Great Expert had finally achieved her goal. She successfully gained control of this Super GU formation. But she was not happy at all. Fang Yuan escaped and became the Shadow Sect's sect leader under her watch. Fairy Myrtle knew about the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle's speed. She would not be able to catch up to it even if she chased it now. Fairy Myrtle's mood was terrible. But after she gained control of the Super GU formation, she immediately contacted Duke Long. Lord Duke Long, how is the situation on your side? What responded to her was a loud bang. Space tore open like a shattered mirror. A rank 8 GU Immortal flew out of the spatial crack. Who else could it be but Duke Long? But he had a transcendent aura and a domineering aura, but now, his face was dark and gloomy. He had a ruthless expression, as if he was enduring something. Fairy Myrtle's heart jumped. She immediately activated the Super GU formation and brought Duke Long in. Lord Duke Long, what's wrong? Duke Long gritted his teeth. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable is indeed Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. I had just moved the door of life and death into the phantom aperture, but that remnant soul of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable used the door of life and death to try and devour my soul. Let's go back to the Celestial Court and use the power of the Celestial Court to separate Spectral Soul's remnant soul from my body and suppress it. Fairy Myrtle's heart sank. She did not expect the situation to be so severe. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was a rank 9 when he was alive, even though he was schemed against by Providence and captured by the Celestial Court. Once he was given a chance, he retaliated fiercely. Yes. Fairy Myrtle quickly replied. She had to follow Duke Long's orders without any hesitation. But Zhuo Yihui, these Southern Border GU Immortals and the escaped Fang Yuan, what do we do with them? Fairy Myrtle thought about it before asking. Duke Long did not hesitate. Zhuo Yihui is fine. It cannot catch up to Heaven Overseeing Tower. Forget about these Southern Border Righteous Path forces. I have already confirmed that Spectral Soul's main body is here. From start to finish, we have not fallen out with Southern Border. We can form a good relationship and help Central Continent's future. As for Fang Yuan. Saying so, Duke Long paused and looked at Fairy Myrtle. A look of shame flashed across Fairy Ziwei's face. It was my fault. Duke Long laughed instead. I don't believe that you did not use any methods at all. Fairy Myrtle replied, Lord Duke Long is wise. I have already used an investigative method on that scoundrel Fang Yuan. The same goes for the rest of the Shadow Sect members. That's good. Southern Border's righteous path reinforcements are coming from all directions. Let's retreat first. Duke Long nodded. Just like this, when the reinforcements of Southern Border's superclans finally arrived at Yitian Mountain. What they saw was a messy battlefield. Dream realms were everywhere, piled up randomly. They were no longer as perfectly round as before, but like a group of mountains, scattered here and there. The Super GU formation had already vanished. Since Fairy Myrtle already had the Super GU formation, she could split it up. Many of Southern Border's righteous path immortal GU were taken away by Celestial Court. Duke Long and Fairy Myrtle entered Heaven Overseeing Tower and flew into White Heaven. Zhuo Yi Hui chased after them, unwilling to give up. It also flew into White Heaven. More and more Southern Border GU immortals gathered here. It was a huge group that was rarely seen in 100 years. Wu Yong, Kai Chuyu, and the rest looked at this battlefield with ashen expressions. They had suffered huge losses this time. Chapter 1385. Reeks. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Intense winds blew past his ears. Fang Yuan sat on the upper extreme heavenly eagle's back, his long hair fluttering behind him. Even though the winds had a huge pushing force, Fang Yuan did not move at all. He was as steady as a mountain. As a GU immortal, he definitely had the ability to ride the wind. Beside him, Ying Wuxie and the others were either sitting, standing, looking at the scenery, or meditating with their eyes closed to heal their wounds. Fang Yuan had no injuries on his body. Even though he had failed several times when using the immortal killer move 180 slaves, he was healed by Time Path Immortal GU Man as before. This 180 slaves killer move is truly amazing. I can actually control the immemorial desolate beast upper extreme heavenly eagle. Fang Yuan sighed to himself. According to the contents of this killer move, the more desolate eagles I can enslave, the more I can control this upper extreme heavenly eagle. In that case, I should buy more desolate eagles in the future and nurture them. Not long ago, Fang Yuan used 4 immortal GU to buy a large number of desolate eagles and ancient desolate eagles from Jewel Yellow Skies. There was no choice, the situation was urgent. If there was time, Fang Yuan would definitely not make such a stupid transaction. Right now, this transaction was still ongoing in Jewel Yellow Skies. Many GU immortals were discussing this matter. They were discussing how much of a fool Fang Yuan was. The only one who knew the truth was Fang Yuan himself. Maybe the Celestial Court could also guess it. Fang Yuan looked at the sovereign immortal aperture. These desolate eagles and ancient desolate eagles were flying in the mini 9 heavens. In mini purple heaven, there were some eagle nests. These eagle nests were obtained by Fang Yuan from Iron Eagle Blessed Land, the headquarters of Northern Plains Hay tribe. There were also ordinary eagle chicks in the eagle nests. They were still growing. Using Hay tribe's rearing method, when these chicks grew up, they were likely to become desolate eagles or even ancient desolate eagles. However, Fang Yuan had long used the time Dao to slow down the flow of time in the supreme immortal aperture. This caused the growth of the young eagles in the nests to slow down. Therefore, Fang Yuan would have to wait a long time for them to grow into desolate eagles or ancient desolate eagles. So far, we still have to rely on external acquisitions. The more eagle beasts there are, the more reliable my 180 slaves will be. Now, we have more than 400 eagles, but we can barely control it so that it can fly. If I want it to fight, it's fine against the weak. But against strong opponents like Zhuo Yi Hui, the upper extreme heavenly eagle might disobey my orders and turn on me. After successfully retreating from the battlefield, Fang Yuan could finally calm down and think. In fact, this was not the only problem. With such a large group of ancient desolate eagles suddenly added in, what they would eat and what kind of effect they would have on the surrounding environment were all problems that Fang Yuan had to consider and deal with. To rear these eagle beasts, Fang Yuan needed a large amount of basic life forms as food for the eagle beasts. This would require a complete food chain, and the scale of this food chain would not be small. Fortunately, my supreme immortal aperture's space is large enough. With such a large group of eagle beasts, it is more than enough. Moreover, it is sparsely populated. I can create an independent ecosystem without worrying about the inherent environmental effects. White paper is easy to draw on. I have ample funds now. I have 100,000 immortal yuan stone. Purchasing and rearing the eagle beasts is only one aspect. Another aspect is to improve the reverse flow protection seal. After the battle of the Super Dream Realm, Fang Yuan became the new leader of the Shadow Sect. This greatly exceeded his expectations. The Shadow Sect suffered a great loss. Spectral Soul's main body was captured, causing Fang Yuan to become the biggest thorn in the side of the Celestial Court. If Fang Yuan did not accept it, he would also be targeted by the Celestial Court. Like what Zishan Makoto said, Fang Yuan was a complete otherworldly demon. The Celestial Court would definitely eliminate him. Thus, Fang Yuan decided to take over the Shadow Sect. When I can fully control the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle and improve the reverse flow protection seal, I will have some ability to protect myself against the Celestial Court. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan could not help but think of that grand heaven overseeing tower, as well as that domineering quasi-rank 9 expert, Duke Long. A wave of pressure unavoidably spread in Fang Yuan's mind. I am still too weak, even with the new reverse flow protection seal. I can only stand in front of rank 8s and protect myself from their attacks. But if the attacks are endless, reverse flow river will eventually be exhausted. Even if I have an immemorial desolate beast like the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle, it does not have enough intelligence, it cannot move as easily as me. And the enslavement path killer move, 180 slaves, can also be unraveled. Sigh, my strength has already grown rapidly. Unfortunately, I am facing the Celestial Court, the strongest GU immortal force in the world. I need to annex immortal apertures to increase my cultivation level. Rank 8 is enough for me to catch a breather. My current rank 7 cultivation level is too low, but if I advance to rank 8, the sovereign immortal body's weakness will expand and become difficult to resolve. To Fang Yuan, this was a dilemma. My strength cannot increase. In this situation, do I need to rely on them? Thinking of this, Fang Yuan looked around. Ying Wu Xie, by Ning Bing, He Lulan, Black Tigress Miao Yin, and many other GU immortals from Pure Dream Seeker. In Purple Mountain True Monarch's Inheritance, there were information path GU worms that recorded the details of these people. Fang Yuan had already looked through them earlier. Pure Dream Reality Seeker immortals were all defective products. Zishan Makoto refined them to confuse others and conceal spectral souls' true actions. These Pure Dream Reality Seeker bodies contained pieces of Zishan Makoto's remnant soul. Unfortunately, after the refinement, these Purple Mountain remnant souls had already fused with the Pure Dream Reality Seeker bodies. They could not be separated. Once the time limit of the Pure Dream Reality Seeker bodies was up, they would self-detonate into dream realms. These Purple Mountain remnant souls would also dissipate. This flaw could not be resolved even if Zishan Makoto's main body was reborn. This was also why Spectral Soul's main body would not place its remnant soul in these Pure Dream Reality Seeker bodies. What was worth mentioning was that even though Ying Wu Xie used the Cocoon of Light to obtain a rank 7 Pure Dream Reality Seeker body, he was an exception. Because he was the original Pure Dream Reality Seeker body in his early years, the flaw of the defective products did not affect him. His soul could still leave the Pure Dream Reality Seeker body freely. Thus, even though there were many of these Pure Dream Reality Seeker immortals, there was no value in nurturing them. Fang Yuan had originally planned to research and learn more about Shadow Sect's dream path attainment, but now that he had obtained Zishan Makoto's inheritance, it was recorded clearly. It saved him a lot of time and effort. The remaining 5 GU immortals were the true helpers Fang Yuan could borrow. Currently, the strongest one is undoubtedly by Ning Bing, who inherited Bai Xiong's true inheritance, but she is only my ally. Fairy Miao Yin cultivates Miao Yin's true inheritance. She has rank 7 cultivation level. She is one of the 3 great fairies of southern border. Her battle strength is very stable. Black Tigress. Fang Yuan had just thought of this when Black Tigress suddenly emitted a large amount of black fog from her body. The fog was immediately blown away by the strong wind that came from the front. After the black fog dissipated, a young girl with white skin and large eyes appeared. She had an innocent expression. Clearly, Lady White Rabbit had returned. Lord Wu Yi Hai, how should I address you? Lady White Rabbit looked at Fang Yuan in a submissive manner. He Lulan, by Ning Bing, and the rest looked at her in surprise. After recovering, Lady White Rabbit's cultivation level fell from rank 7 to rank 6. This situation was truly hard to understand. But Fang Yuan had inherited Zishan Makoto's inheritance. He understood this Black Tigress' true inheritance very well. GU immortals who cultivated this true inheritance would accumulate strength during normal times and unleash their battle strength during battle, reaching an extraordinary level. But there was a side effect. they would have a dual nature. One side would be dark and sinister, while the other side would be pure and innocent. GU immortals usually had a pure and innocent side. They were weak. Once their lives were in danger, or their emotions fluctuated intensely, they would use their dark and sinister side to deal with it. This side of the nature had strong battle strength, but of course, it would last for a much shorter time than the other side. Two sides of the nature shared their senses and memories, but they often had different thoughts. But this was not a problem for Fang Yuan. Because Lady White Rabbit admired Wu Yihai, while Lady Black Tigress was recruited by Zishan Makoto and was a member of Shadow Sect. Regardless of which side they were loyal to Fang Yuan. Don't be afraid. I have my own difficulties, that is why I hid my true identity from you. You can call me Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan smiled warmly at Lady White Rabbit. Lady White Rabbit still could not accept it. She gave a soft "oh," showing a timid expression. Fang Yuan sighed internally. Even though Black Tigress has first-rate rank 7 battle strength, it is not stable. That leaves He Lulan and Ying Wuxie. He Lulan might be the most loyal, but she only has rank 6 cultivation level. She has the great strength true martial physique but cultivates fire path. She wasted her talent and is obsessed with taking revenge for her mother. Using the profundity of blazing heaven true inheritance, her battle strength can barely reach first-rate rank 7, but she is indeed the weakest. As for Ying Wuxie, Fang Yuan looked at Ying Wuxie, who was paralyzed on the eagle's back, staring blankly at the sky. His bones seemed to have been pulled out, his entire body was like mud, his expression was dark and gloomy. Fang Yuan shook his head. Actually, Ying Wuxie, who had lead soul into dream, could display battle strength that was firmly in the number 1 position. Even Fang Yuan was wary of him. But such a person with no fighting spirit, even if he had triple chi retraction, what could he expect from him? Ying Wuxie, hand over all your GU worms to me. Fang Yuan spoke. Ying Wuxie did not speak, he did not react, he was like a stone statue. Fang Yuan's voice turned sharp. Ying Wuxie, I am the leader of Shadow Sect, are you going to defy me? Ying Wuxie did not move. There was no greater sorrow than a dead heart. Fang Yuan's eyes flashed with cold light. He was about to continue when a strong aura burst out from the sky in front of him. An immortal GU house suddenly appeared. Shadow Sect's remnants, your Yi clan's master is here. Where do you think you're going? This book came from Chapter 1387. The rank 9 immortal GU house heaven overseeing tower that possessed fate immortal GU would also be dissolved by the dream realm. In the battle of the giant dream realm that had just ended, Duke Long had personally tried it, and heaven overseeing tower was still in phantom form at that time. It was not spared. Heaven overseeing tower was like this, so was the rank 7 immortal GU house Bay Pavilion. Once they entered the dream realm, the whole of Bay Pavilion would start to break down. Yi clan's GU immortals all felt that a large number of GU worms were losing contact with them. This scene immediately gave these Yi clan GU immortals an incomparable shock. Without any hesitation, they immediately activated Bay Pavilion's strongest method. Immortal Killer Move, Boundless Sea and Sky. Bay Pavilion rumbled and burst out with dazzling blue light, but it could not break through the dream realm. But the Immortal Killer Move was still effective. At the next moment, Bay Pavilion vanished. It moved a whole 70,000 li and arrived at another place, completely leaving the battlefield. The whole of Bay Pavilion was in ruins. It was no longer as grand and majestic as before. Yi clan's GU immortals were breathing heavily in Bay Pavilion. Some of them had cold sweat on their foreheads. They retreated. It was truly dangerous. If we were any slower, we might have really fallen here. Dream realms are so terrifying. Even immortal GU houses could not resist them. No wonder someone prophesied that great dream immortal Venerable would surpass the strongest expert of the past. Damn it, we let those Shadow Sect survivors escape. Yi clan's GU immortals rejoiced for a while before gritting their teeth. Now that they retreated, it would be too late for them to return. The Shadow Sect survivors must have used the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle to escape. Not long ago, Bay Pavilion found traces of Fang Yuan's group. It took a lot of effort to catch up. According to the strength of both sides, Yi clan with the rank 7 immortal GU house should be stronger. Even if the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle was rank 8, it could not do anything to Bay Pavilion. Yi clan had both offense and defense, they could advance and retreat freely. In contrast, Fang Yuan's side had scattered GU immortals, they could defeat them one by one. What made Yi clan's GU immortals even more confident was that as long as they stalled for some time, they could wait for the reinforcements of Southern Border's superforces. They had a rank 7 immortal GU house, as long as they did not make any mistakes, they could definitely stall Fang Yuan and the rest. In fact, Yi clan's GU immortals did the same thing. They had used the immortal killer move Return Water Life to fight a battle of attrition. But Fang Yuan's reaction was too fast. He used the 2 pure dream reality seeker physique bodies as immortal killer moves, sending them over. Yi clan was caught unprepared. Even though Yi clan's GU immortals knew some information about the giant dream realm battle, they could not have expected Fang Yuan to be so ruthless, sacrificing his own people so easily. Another point was that Fang Yuan's ancient sword dragon form was too fast. His transformation path Dao marks turned into sword path Dao marks. Sword Eyebrows immortal GU continued to cultivate, increasing his sword path Dao marks. There was also sword escape immortal GU, as well as the explosive speed of the ancient sword dragon itself. If Fang Yuan moved alone and used sword escape immortal GU to carry the 2 pure dream reality seeker physique bodies, even though his speed was fast, Yi clan's GU immortals could react. Yi clan's GU immortals had ugly expressions. They had Bay Pavilion, but after being attacked by Fang Yuan, Bay Pavilion was in a terrible state, they had suffered great losses. Most importantly, they had lost a lot of face, they had already informed the other Righteous Path GU immortals of Southern Border. When they arrived, how would Yi clan's GU immortals have the face to face them? The Cape Pavilion was silent. After a while, the leader of Yi clan's GU immortals spoke, "Everyone, hurry up and repair Bay Pavilion. Even though we were trapped in the giant dream realm, we did not lose any immortal GU. We brought a large number of spare mortal GU, we will give you a few minutes to repair Bay Pavilion. The enemy is strong, they can actually control the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle to such an extent. They are also extremely cruel, they did not even frown when killing their own people. Such a nature, they are simply too cruel, they are worse than pigs and dogs. We fought with all our strength, but we could not block the dream realm. We wanted to fight to the death with these demons. But in consideration of the big picture, we had no choice but to retreat. It was to hand the information of this battle to the other Righteous Path GU immortals. Yi clan's leader spoke frankly, the surrounding GU immortals nodded. The truth was the truth, they could not be changed. But when he said that, it gave off a completely different feeling. After Yi clan's leader unified his words, he contacted Wu Yong and the other Southern Border Righteous Path GU immortals, informing them of the situation. What? They were actually repelled. Didn't they have Bay Pavilion immortal GU house? They lost them. Look at what the Yi clan is saying. Their skin is really thick. But they still brought information. For example, this upper extreme Heavenly Eagle and Ancient Sword Dragon transformation. Once Ancient Sword Dragon transformation was mentioned, the Southern Border Righteous Path GU immortals in the Dream Realm battlefield looked at each other. They could not help but think of one person at the same time. Liu Guanyi is also a demonic path GU immortal, he also cultivates Ancient Sword Dragon transformation. Do you think he is the GU immortal of Shadow Sect? Not necessarily. Ancient Sword Dragon transformation is only an immortal killer move. Moreover, during the Battle of Reverse Flow River, Liu Guanyi is clearly not on the same side as Shadow Sect, they are enemies. Liu Guanyi is a Northern Plains GU immortal, but that person has Southern Border aura. But this is not certain, if the other party is a member of Shadow Sect, it is not strange for him to have methods to conceal his aura. For example, Wu Clan, didn't they have an immortal killer move that could change the factions of the 5 regions GU immortals? Someone looked at Wu Yong. Wu Yong had a solemn expression. Regardless of whether that person is Liu Guanyi or not, I need to find my brother Wu Yihai's whereabout. Who will join me to chase after Shadow Sect? He spoke loudly, his voice resounding. Lord Wu Yong has a benevolent heart, he cares about his family, it is truly touching. We are willing to go. We are willing to show our might to Lord Wu Yong. The other Southern Border Righteous Path GU Immortals responded. Wu Yong's performance in the Purple Blood River Formation was quickly spread to the rest of Southern Border's GU Immortal world through Taimyon Shun. There was no doubt about this speed. Any GU Immortal would become the center of attention no matter where they went after cultivating to rank 8. Because their every action, even if it was unintentional, would have a deep and lasting impact on their surroundings. Wu Yong was the leader of Wu Clan, now that he exposed his 4th Immortal GU house, Clear Jade Dripping Wind Tiny Bamboo Building. Southern Border's GU Immortals realized how powerful Wu Yong was. Adding on the fact that the Wu family had the reputation of being number 1 in the righteous path, Wu Yong's question immediately received widespread acknowledgement and response. These people are still crafty, they want to hide behind me and order my Wu clan around. Wu Yong snickered internally. Wu Yong was a person who sought practical benefits, but unfortunately, he had no choice but to do so now. He had to put up a good front. His younger brother was missing, as the elder brother, he had to act like he was trying to save him. Especially now, Fang Yuan's Life Tablet GU and Soul Lantern GU in Wu Clan's Ancestral Hall were not broken. Moreover, as the leader of the Righteous Path, he had to take charge of the situation, otherwise, if he did not stand up for Southern Border's Righteous Path, his and Wu Clan's prestige would fall greatly. Of course, the most crucial factor was that Fang Yuan was extremely evil. He borrowed 6 Immortal GU from Wu Clan before leaving. A total of 6 Immortal GU. And there was even 100,000 Immortal Yuan Stone. Among these Immortal GU, there was Bloodline Immortal GU, which was personally approved by Wu Yong and sent from Wu Clan's treasury to support Fang Yuan. Even that 100,000 Immortal Yuan Stone was suggested by Wu Yong himself, he lent it to Fang Yuan. Now that Wu Yihai was missing, the biggest responsibility fell on Wu Yong. If Wu Yong did not pursue, not only would he not be able to explain to the Southern Border Righteous Path GU Immortals, he would also not be able to explain to Wu Clan. Immediately, Clear Jade Dripping Wind Tiny Bamboo Building led the Southern Border experts and chased after the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle, flying into the sky. Although Yi Clan was defeated by Fang Yuan and lost the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle, Wu Yihai had other clues. He immediately transmitted to Wu Clan, Supreme Elder Wu Fa, go borrow the corresponding Immortal GU from the treasury and set up a divination phase GU formation. Take out Wu Yihai's Life Tablet GU and Soul Lantern GU, place them in the GU formation and deduce my brother's location. Wu Fa was Wu Yong's trusted aide. He immediately received the order and hurriedly went to do it. Wu Yong collected battlefield information. According to Central Continent's Celestial Court's performance, they did not attack the Southern Border GU Immortals, they only plundered the battlefield and took away the Immortal GU of the Southern Border forces. Southern Border's Righteous Path would definitely settle this score with Central Continent. But currently, Wu Yong's priority was to save Wu Yihai. Central Continent's Celestial Court had great strength, it would be very difficult to take back the Immortal GU from them. On the contrary, Shadow Sect's remnant forces were not strong, since Wu Yihai's Life Tablet did not shatter, he might really have been captured by them. Of course, Shadow Sect has information path methods that can shatter my Life Tablet GU and Soul Lantern GU to create the illusion of my death. Naturally, they can also kill Wu Yihai and keep the Life Tablet GU and Soul Lantern GU. Their goal is to lure us to chase them. This thought flashed in Wu Yong's mind, he had considered it thoroughly. But he still chose to chase without any hesitation. Because this time, not only him, there were also countless Southern Border Righteous Path GU Immortals, Rank 8 GU Immortal Kai Chuyu, and several Immortal GU houses. With such a lineup, Wu Yong was confident that even if Shadow Sect set up an ambush, he would be able to flatten them. In the face of great power, all schemes and plots were nothing. At the same time, the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle was flying at full speed. On the eagle's back, Fang Yuan was sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed, activating a mystical Immortal GU. Dao Path. After a while, Fang Yuan stopped, saying with a grim expression, There are many information path Dao marks on my body. I might have been hit by an investigative killer move. The possibility of Southern Border's righteous path GU immortals is low. Central Continent's Celestial Court, especially Fairy Myrtle, is the greatest suspect. No matter what, I need to return to plunder Shadow Earth Trench and use information path methods to get rid of this investigative killer move. Note: last week's character solicitation activity has ended. This week's voting will be held tomorrow. Venerable Goose official groups, White Heaven Group, Black Heaven Group, Venerable Goose Chebar, and Venerable Goose WeChat will all have voting choices. The eyes of the crowd were as bright as snow. Everyone, let's choose the top 3. To be continued. Chapter 1388. White Day. Boom. A tower tore through the air, flying rapidly in white day, leaving a long trail of air behind it. Everywhere it went, the beast groups in white day ran away in all directions. Because this tower was emitting an intense rank 9 aura, the beast groups felt an intense threat. It was Heaven Overseeing Tower. After the Battle of the Giant Dream Realm, the Celestial Court looted Southern Border's Super GU formation and took away all the GU worms. Right now, Heaven Overseeing Tower had already been restored by the Central Continent GU Immortals. At the top of the tower, there were only Duke Long and Fairy Myrtle. It seems that Southern Border's White Day was not affected by luck suppression. Heavenly Palace. Fairy Myrtle retracted her gaze from the outside world and looked at Duke Long. Her beautiful face showed a trace of worry. Duke Long was sitting cross-legged on the ground. His face was ashen, his expression turned sinister from time to time as he frowned. His strong body was like a boulder. Even though he was sitting cross-legged, he gave off a feeling of a huge pillar that could support the sky. As expected of spectral soul demon Venerable, even with only a remnant soul, he was able to cause so much trouble to Lord Duke Long. Lord Duke Long took away the door of life and death for the Celestial Court. To think that spectral soul demon Venerable actually borrowed his strength. On one hand, Fairy Myrtle was deeply worried, but on the other hand, she also felt admiration towards Duke Long. This time, the Celestial Court attacked, sweeping away the dejection of Northern Plains' defeat. They actually swept through the battlefield and captured spectral soul demon Venerable alive. This was mostly due to Duke Long's battle achievements. Without Duke Long, there would be no way to achieve such an impressive result. Right at this time, Duke Long slowly opened his eyes. Lord Duke Long, is there anything I can help you with? Fairy Myrtle quickly went forward and asked. Duke Long shook his head. No worries, spectral soul is only a spent force. I have already taken control of the situation. As long as we return to the Celestial Court and borrow the power of the Celestial Court, we can easily suppress him. That's good. At this rate, we should have more than enough time. Fairy Myrtle let out a sigh. However, Duke Long quickly added, we also have to prevent any accidents. If I am devoured by spectral soul, he might disguise as me. So, once I return to the Celestial Court, immediately imprison me and seal me layer by layer. Then, use all the means of the Celestial Court to investigate. If I am the one suppressing spectral soul, I will cooperate. If spectral soul demon Venerable devoured me, he would be exposed. If he continues to disguise himself and does not resist, he will also become a lamb waiting to be slaughtered by my Celestial Court. Duke Long was thinking about Ju Xiong. He did not give spectral soul any chance. Fairy Myrtle quickly agreed. Duke Long was silent for a while before asking, what is the situation over at Fang Yuan's side? Fairy Myrtle answered, earlier, Southern Border's Yi Clan's immortal GU House Bay Pavilion encountered Fang Yuan's group by accident. Unfortunately, they were not able to stop him. Fang Yuan is crafty. He guessed that he was being tracked, so he came to Bay Pavilion. He used his immortal GU to investigate. He really found something fishy. But, saying so, Fairy Myrtle showed a confident smile. So what if he found out? My investigative killer move was activated with the help of the immortal GU House Star Constellation chessboard. This was Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's method back then. That's good. Duke Long heard this and relaxed, closing his eyes again. Southern Border. The upper extreme Heavenly Eagle was carrying Fang Yuan and the rest, flying rapidly. A sharp eagle cry resounded in the sky. scaring away all the birds in the surrounding 100 li. There were no obstructions along the way, they did not see Bay Pavilion chasing after them. The Shadow Sect Immortals also let down their guard slightly. An earth trench gradually appeared in front of everyone's eyes. The earth trench was deep and bottomless, even in broad daylight, it was covered in shadows. This is Plunder Shadow Earth Trench. Fang Yuan stood up, looking down at the entire Plunder Shadow Earth Trench. Ying Wuxie led the Immortals to northern plains under Fang Yuan's pursuit, and rescued Zishan Makoto. After the Battle of Reverse Flow River, Zishan Makoto led the Shadow Sect's remnant forces from northern plains to Eastern Sea, before arriving at southern border. This Plunder Shadow Earth Trench was their temporary headquarters. After the Battle of the Dream Realm, Fang Yuan's identity as Wu Yihai was exposed. Even if the Celestial Court did not expose it, this fake identity could not withstand scrutiny. Fang Yuan unexpectedly became the Shadow Sect's new leader, so he brought the remnant forces of the Shadow Sect here to rest and reorganize. Whoosh! The upper extreme Heavenly Eagle folded its wings and dove towards Plunder Shadow Earth Trench. Soon, it entered the Earth Trench, carrying Fang Yuan and the rest, disappearing into the boundless darkness. Although the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle was huge, it could not compare to Plunder Shadow Earth Trench. Entering deep into Plunder Shadow Earth Trench, the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle was like a small bird beside a ship. All kinds of strange and eerie roars entered the ears of Fang Yuan and the rest. Among the shadows, there were auras of large numbers of desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts. Most of them were shadow monsters. Shadow monsters were a type of Dao beast. They were usually produced in places with dense dark path Dao marks. Undoubtedly, Plunder Shadow Earth Trench was such a place. Even though shadow monsters were Dao beasts, they still had survival instincts to avoid danger and seek benefits. The upper extreme Heavenly Eagle's immemorial aura made them panic. They did not need Fang Yuan to drive them away, they scattered and escaped. Fang Yuan and the rest arrived at their destination smoothly. This was not the deepest part of Plunder Shadow Earth Trench, but a cave entrance on the steep mountain wall. The cave entrance was very wide, even the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle could barely fit inside. After landing at the entrance, Fang Yuan and the rest got off the eagle's back. Fang Yuan kept the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle into his immortal aperture and entered the cave. With Zishan Makoto's inheritance, Fang Yuan easily arrived at the location of the mechanism and controlled the GU formation here without any obstruction. The GU formation here is quite good. Using the dense dark path Dao marks here, mortal GU were used to set it up, but it has the power of an immortal GU formation. Its specialty is to conceal it from others' deductions. To be able to use natural Dao marks to set up a GU formation, the creator was definitely a formation path Great Grandmaster. This was not strange for Shadow Sect. Even with Fang Yuan's current formation path Great Grandmaster attainment, he could only see the rough details, he did not know the profundities of this formation. It was impossible for him to set it up. After arriving here, Fang Yuan let out a sigh of relief. He did not immediately try to remove the investigative killer move on him, instead, he summoned the other GU Immortals and talked to them one by one. As the leader of Shadow Sect, Fang Yuan naturally had to do such a thing. Lady White Rabbit was very obedient, she answered every question Fang Yuan asked. Fairy Miao Yin was very aggressive and proactive. When Fang Yuan asked a question, she would answer quickly and even ask Fang Yuan a question. During this period, she would even ask Qiao Sai Liu who was prettier between her and Qiao Sai Liu. And in the conversation with He Lulan, Fang Yuan suggested that if He Lulan made a huge contribution, he could consider removing the alliance agreement and restoring her freedom. Speaking of which, He Lulan's current awkward situation was partly due to Fang Yuan. After rebirth, Fang Yuan changed a lot of things. Before this, He Lulan used Blazing Heaven Demoness to kill He Cheng. She succeeded in taking revenge and saw her true nature. She obtained Attitude GU and tried to control He tribe. Her future was bright. After the Battle of Yi Tian Mountain, He Lulan lost her auntie. Due to a series of coincidences, she eventually became Fang Yuan's subordinate. Just like what Ying Wuxie thought, He Lulan was a talent. Fang Yuan had the same opinion. Next was by Ning Bing. Even if you did not look for me, I would have looked for you. Bai Ningbing spoke first. Her attitude was different from the others. She stood in front of Fang Yuan with her arms crossed, looking down at Fang Yuan. Southern Border's righteous path will not let you off after becoming enemies with Celestial Court. What are your plans now? Bai Ningbing asked. She had also participated in the Giant Dream Realm battle. She was on the same side as Fang Yuan. Southern Border's righteous path would not let her off either. I will first digest the resources of Shadow Sect, then plan step by step. Fang Yuan said. Now that the Dream Realm was gone and Wu Yihai's identity was exposed, Fang Yuan lost this cultivation shortcut. Chapter 1389. Even though Shadow Sect was completely crippled, Spectral Soul was captured, and only Ying Wuxieren's sixth hair were left in his split soul, it still left behind a lot of resources. Web, immortal GU and immortal materials were only a small portion. The key were immortal GU recipes, immortal killer moves, immortal GU houses, and others. A vast number of immortal GU recipes, countless immortal killer moves, and even the construction plans of immortal GU houses numbered up to 12. Profound Ice House, Unbreakable Iron Fortress, Blood River Chariot, Nightmare Castle, Green Wave Pavilion, Weaving Cocoon Manor, Golden Altar, Regret Pool, Sacred Feather City. There were also all sorts of clues to true inheritances. For example, by Xiong's true inheritance, even the higher secret of the 5 Xiongs, Paradise Earth's true inheritance in the Azure Sea Blue Whale, clues to Red Lotus true inheritance, clues to Reckless Savage's true inheritance. Of course, these true inheritances were hard to obtain, otherwise, Shadow Sect would have obtained them long ago and used them to increase their foundation to refine sovereign immortal fetus GU. In fact, even without these clues, just Spectral Soul's true inheritance alone was a huge fortune. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's soul path methods back then caused the 5 regions to turn dark. His soul-devouring method could absorb the experiences and memories of his prey. His split soul method could create generations of Shadow Sect members. His soul transference method could create traitors like Sixth Hair. He could even plant people in the Celestial Court. And his soul cultivation method, the final form, Fang Yuan remembered it clearly. During the Battle of Yi Tian Mountain, he was able to resist the tribulation with his own body. Right now, there were 2 important things in front of Fang Yuan. First was information path. He needed to get rid of the investigative killer move on him, as well as all sorts of alliance agreements to regain his freedom. Second was wisdom GU. Fang Yuan had already grasped the method to undo the soul path Dao marks on the strength path immortal zombie body. By then, he would be able to obtain wisdom GU's recognition again. He would be able to obtain the light of wisdom's assistance. Bai Ningbing continued, I have already obtained yin-yang rotation GU, but I need to refine it into an immortal GU before I can reverse the body of a female. But refinement path is deep and profound. Yin-yang rotation GU is not my vital GU, I have no confidence. Fang Yuan nodded. I know. Borrowing the Shadow Sect's strength to help you refine GU, this was the agreement you made with the Shadow Sect. If I become the leader of the Shadow Sect, I can also acknowledge the previous agreement. Because for a long time to come, we'll be borrowing each other's strength, won't we? I'm relieved that you have this awareness. Bai Ningbing glanced at Fang Yuan indifferently, then turned around and left in satisfaction. Speaking of which, the members of the Shadow Sect had more yin than yang. Bai Ningbing, He Lulan, Lady White Rabbit, and Fairy Miao Yin were all female immortals. Only Ying Wuxie and Fang Yuan were males. After a round of private conversations, Fang Yuan, the new leader of the Shadow Sect, was finally acknowledged. As for Ying Wuxie, he was still in an extremely dispirited state. No matter what Fang Yuan said, he turned a deaf ear to it. This caused Fang Yuan's killing intent to surge. He wanted to end Ying Wuxie's life and take away the immortal GU, to grasp the amazing method lead soul into dream. But Fang Yuan thought about it. This matter was not urgent. Not to mention the killer move lead soul into dream, he had already grasped all of its contents, he only lacked the GU worms. This move was very taxing on the GU immortal's mind. Its structure was complex, it was hard to learn and practice, and it was even harder to take care of other aspects. Even if Fang Yuan obtained the immortal GU, he would need to waste some time to familiarize himself with it. Of course, it was not that he did not have other methods. For example, the soul-devouring method. As long as he devoured Ying Wuxie's soul, Fang Yuan would have the memories and a large amount of experience in using lead soul into dream. Back then, when Ying Wuxie was just born, he was able to quickly use lead soul into dream because his split soul contained a large amount of related memories. There was another reason: sixth hair. Sixth hair was a spy planted in Lang Ya Blessed Land by Shadow Sect. Fang Yuan knew this long ago. But after Fang Yuan became the leader of Shadow Sect, it was uncertain if he could obtain Sixth Hair's acknowledgement. Sixth Hair was one of Spectral Soul's split souls. His soul had transmigrated to Lang Ya Blessed Land and gradually grew up as a refinement path GU immortal. He and Fang Yuan had been enemies for a long time. Now that Fang Yuan had become the leader of Shadow Sect, although it was Zishan Makoto's wish, would Sixth Hair acknowledge it? Fang Yuan did not have any confidence. Most importantly, Sixth Hair was not bound by the Shadow Sect's alliance agreement. It was also impossible. If he had an information path alliance agreement, it would be easy for Land Spirit of Langya to see through him. That would be exposing his identity. After all, no matter which Land Spirit of Langya it was, they were all refinement path experts. They had all sorts of methods to see the Dao marks on immortal materials. Fang Yuan did not know what Sixth Hair's attitude was, but he knew that if he killed Ying Wuxie and took his GU worms, the chances of Sixth Hair admitting him would be very low. Sixth Hair did not have much value, but he was a member of Lang Ya sect. If he was used well, he might be able to help Fang Yuan topple the whole of Lang Ya sect. Fang Yuan did not want to lose this connection for the time being. Gains and losses were not proportional. Thus, Fang Yuan chose to let Lady White Rabbit take care of Ying Wuxie, while he went into closed cultivation to resolve the investigative killer move on him. Zishan Makoto's original immortal GU were incomplete when they were in Fang Yuan's hands. But these GU worms could be used to form an immortal killer move called Averting Disaster Wisdom. It was used to get rid of hidden threats. Even though it was not suitable, it was the strongest method that Fang Yuan could use at the moment. Fang Yuan had never used this killer move Averting Disaster Wisdom. Thankfully, it had a simple structure and involved few immortal GU. The steps were also simple. If it were a complex killer move, Fang Yuan would not choose to try it. Red Date Immortal Essence started to be expended. GU worms started to move according to Fang Yuan's will. Soon, Fang Yuan's body started to emit a profound light. Bam! At the next moment, the profound light collapsed with a muffled sound. Fang Yuan's body shook slightly. Blood flowed out of his nose. The killer move activation failed. However, this was within Fang Yuan's expectations. If he wanted to activate the killer move on his first try, he would need to try many times. Man as before. Activating this time path immortal GU, Fang Yuan quickly recovered and started to try again. Second try, failure. Third try, failure. Fifth try, sixth try, failure. Just as Fang Yuan was activating the killer move, in southern borders Wu clan, Supreme Elder Wu Fa was facing a small GU formation. This GU formation was only the size of a water vat, but it involved 1,000 GU worms. The GU formation was laid flat on the ground, controlled by 3 Wu clan GU immortals. They were continuously transferring immortal essence. The GU formation activated. It was like a whirlpool of water that was rotating rapidly. Is it ready? Wu Fa asked. The 3 Wu clan GU immortals nodded at the same time. Most of their attention was on controlling this immortal GU formation. Wu Fa slowly stretched out his arm and opened his palm, revealing 2 mortal GU. A life tablet GU and a soul lantern GU. He carefully threw these 2 GU worms into the GU formation in front of him. Soon, these 2 mortal GU were swept into the whirlpool in the center of the GU formation, vanishing rapidly. The whirlpool's rotation speed increased by several times. The 3 Wu clan GU immortals' foreheads were covered in cold sweat, their faces turned pale and their bodies started to tremble. After a while, 2 Wu clan GU immortals fell to the ground, fainting. Only one person was left. He slowly opened his eyes and spoke with incomparable exhaustion as he gave a location. This position was quickly passed on by Wu Fa to Wu Yong, who was far away. Wu Yihai is likely to have been captured by Shadow Sect. Since his life tablet GU is not broken, I can use this crucial clue to find Shadow Sect's hiding place. Plunder Shadow Earth Trench her. Thinking of this, Wu Yong shouted at the Southern Border Righteous Path members, I know the clue, follow me. Plunder Shadow Earth Trench. Fang Yuan's expression was ugly. The killer move avert calamity wisdom cannot unravel the investigative killer move on me. It seems I need to use a stronger method. At this time, He Lolan's anxious voice entered Fang Yuan's ears. The situation is bad. Plunder Shadow Earth Trench's GU formation suddenly broke apart. It can defend against deductions. It seems our location has been exposed. Millimeter, I already know. Fang Yuan was not surprised. He was in control of this GU formation. The moment the GU formation had a problem, he immediately understood. Fang Yuan was not flustered. He had already thought of a solution. Everyone, come here. Chapter 1390. The Super GU formation set up in Plunder Shadow Earth Trench was destroyed, but it also gave Fang Yuan and the rest a warning. At this time, the Southern Border Righteous Path GU Immortals were still on the way. They were still some distance away. Fang Yuan could use the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle to escape immediately. However, after careful consideration, he decided to practice the ancient battle formation omnidirectional travel and use this method to prepare for a rainy day. Because right now, Fang Yuan's methods could not undo the investigative killer move on him, that was to say, his location was always exposed. While being chased, there was a high chance of encountering enemies. For example, earlier, when Fang Yuan and the rest were retreating, they encountered Yi Clan's immortal GU House Bay Pavilion. In this situation, Fang Yuan and the rest were taking a huge risk by riding the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle to escape. Because the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle was not an immortal GU house, the GU Immortals and it were not a single entity, it did not have the offensive and defensive capabilities of an immortal GU house. This caused the GU Immortals on the Eagle's back to be easily targeted by the outside world. But if they grasped the ancient battle formation omnidirectional travel, they could instantly teleport and cross an extremely long distance, leaving danger zones. Ying Wu Xie and the rest had such a method, they could even escape from the pursuit of the Celestial Court. Fang Yuan's repeated attempts to kill them were largely due to this ancient battle formation. Now that Fang Yuan had become the leader of Shadow Sect, the enemy's advantage immediately became his advantage. Fang Yuan summoned all of the GU Immortals to him. He imparted the contents of the ancient battle formation to each of them. Among them, Bai Ningbing, He Lulan, and Ying Wu Xie had already grasped this formation path killer move. But this was the first time Fang Yuan, Miao Yin, and Black Tigress had come into contact with it. No matter what, only 3 of them had grasped omnidirectional travel. Among them, Ying Wu Xie's condition was extremely poor, he could not be relied on. Thus, everyone had to gather and practice it together. This formation path method needed the cooperation of many GU Immortals. There was no point in practicing it alone. Just as Fang Yuan and the rest were urgently practicing the ancient battle formation, the Southern Border Righteous Path GU Immortals led by Wu Yong left in a grandiose manner. Fellow Daoist Wu Yong, according to the information you have, the other party is very likely to be in the Plunder Shadow Earth Trench. Now that we are not far from the Earth Trench, please give the order to plan the overall situation. Kai Chuyu said. He was also a rank 8 GU Immortal with the same cultivation level as Wu Yong. In terms of seniority, he was from Wu Du Xiu's generation. He was slightly older than Wu Yong. However, the prestige of the Wu clan was still flourishing, while the Kai clan had always been content in a corner, and their prestige was far inferior to the Wu clan. Adding on the information that Tai Mianshan leaked about Wu Yong, Southern Border's GU Immortals started to feel wariness towards this first supreme elder of Wu clan. There was even some fear. After all, in the past, many righteous path forces had made things difficult for Wu clan. Some even openly tried to take over Wu clan's resource points. If they knew about Wu Yong's battle strength and Wu clan's 4th clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building, they would have restrained themselves, they would not be so unbridled. Wu clan has lost many territories. With Wu Yong's strength, he will definitely take revenge. After exterminating the remnants of Shadow Sect, it will be time for Wu Yong to make his move. Sigh. We were all wrong. This Wu Yong has deep thoughts. He is completely different from Wu Duxiu. He actually concealed himself so deeply. Now that I think about it, this is probably his scheme. He will show weakness first, then use the righteous path to retaliate and obtain more benefits. Along the way, the southern border GU immortals conversed with each other. Theories about Wu Yong's conspiracy soon began to clamor. As for Fang Yuan and the Shadow Sect remnants, Zishan Makoto was already dead, even Spectral Soul's main body was captured by the Celestial Court. The only thing that could catch the attention of the southern border righteous path GU immortals was Fang Yuan's upper extreme heavenly eagle. Southern border's righteous path used 6 immortal GU houses this time. Why would they be afraid of the upper extreme heavenly eagle? Plunder Shadow Earth Trench. Millimeter. Bai Ning Bing suddenly grunted, a pained expression flashed past her face. Omnidirectional travel failed again. Bai Ning Bing suffered the most severe backlash. But soon, her expression calmed down. Man as before immortal GU. Fang Yuan activated this time path immortal GU to heal himself and others. Once again enjoying the healing effect of man as before, Halolan's eyes flashed with a complex expression. Man as before immortal GU was still intact, she was even on the same side as Fang Yuan once again. Unfortunately, Tai Bai Yunsheng had already died. And he was killed by Fang Yuan personally. The drill stopped. Fang Yuan used man as before on himself, his injuries were completely healed. He started to think about the reason for the failure. As for the others, they were still healing. Although man as before was used on them, the effect was far inferior to Fang Yuan's. The sovereign immortal body's Dao marks did not conflict. This made Fang Yuan's defense a little weak, but at the same time, it gave him a good healing effect. Everyone's injuries were not serious, and with their excellent true inheritances, they quickly recovered. All right, let's do it again. Fang Yuan called. Ancient battle formation omnidirectional travel. Everyone's body emitted a radiance. The radiance quickly linked together, but it started to shake, losing its original stability. Bam! With a soft sound, the light dissipated, turning into countless specks of light that danced in the sky. Fairy Miao Yin moaned, her face flushed red. This time, her injuries were the heaviest. Fang Yuan, on the other hand, was uninjured. He used man as before to heal Fairy Miao Yin. Our movements need to be synchronized. Again. After a while, Fang Yuan clapped his hands. Ancient battle formation omnidirectional travel. Another failure. Hei Lulan grunted, her brows furrowed as a trace of pain flashed past her beautiful face. After resting, Fang Yuan said, "We might as well make some adjustments. Follow my movements, feel my strength, and follow my movements." Understood. The 3 girls nodded, not speaking. A moment later, although Fang Yuan once again tasted the bitter fruit of failure, his progress was much greater than before. Very good. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with brilliance. For the ancient battle formation omnidirectional travel to be activated, the 4 sides had to be united and move in unison. After the initial torment and hard work, they finally found the feeling. But right at this time, the formation emitted a loud noise. Oh no, our location is exposed. There are several immortal GU houses above Earth Trench. A pure dream reality seeker physique body in charge of controlling the GU formation reported. At once, the female immortals' gazes gathered on Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was the leader of Shadow Sect. They were waiting for Fang Yuan's decision. They are quite fast, but it is fine. Fang Yuan smiled. This is within my expectations. Just follow the plan I've arranged. Yes. The pure dream reality seeker physique body left. Let's continue. Fang Yuan said to the girls, the immortal GU house has already sealed Plunder Shadow Earth Trench. Time is limited, we need to hurry. Inside clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building, Wu Yong looked down at Plunder Shadow Earth Trench through the window. After observing for a while, his eyes shined with brilliance. This super GU formation is quite profound. The person who set it used the natural Tao marks in Earth Trench and only used a large number of mortal GU to create an immortal GU formation. There are also shadow monsters. Amazing, such a large scale, they are all gathered together by this super GU formation. Xiaoji Cai stood beside Wu Yong and exclaimed. At this time, Kai Chu Yu's voice came from Kai Clan's immortal GU house. He was excited. Good formation, good formation. Why don't I deduce the weakness of this formation? We can use that to break it. No need. Wu Yong lightly rejected. We need to end this demonic extermination quickly. What can a mere GU formation do? Even if there are many more shadow monsters, they cannot block the might of our immortal GU houses. Saying so, Wu Yong paused for a moment before saying, Everyone, attack together with me. The moment he said so, clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building charged forward bravely, bringing along fierce winds as it charged down. Along the way, clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building was unstoppable. The shadow monsters suffered heavy casualties. It was a scene of panic. Southern Borders GU Immortals watched the battle with shocked expressions. Clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building's power far surpassed their expectations. This is Wu Clan's might. Many GU Immortals sighed inwardly, as if they could see the scene of Wu Duxiu slaughtering everyone. Wu Yong had Wu Clan's bloodline after all. His valiant nature was already deeply ingrained in his blood and bones. At once, Southern Borders Righteous Path GU Immortals felt a surge of warmth in their hearts. Kill. Charge together. Kill all these demonic path scoundrels. Several immortal GU houses charged forward like ferocious tigers with unstoppable might. Compared to the layers of shadow monsters, they were actually as weak as a flock of sheep. Battle cries had already entered Fang Yuan's ears. They were getting louder and louder. Fairy Miao Yin's expression was slightly strange. He Lulan glanced at Fang Yuan, but saw that Fang Yuan did not move. Bai Ning Bing still had a cold expression. The super GU formation could not block the fierce attacks of several immortal GU houses. It soon collapsed. The highest cultivation level of the shadow monsters was only rank 7, they were already fleeing in all directions. Just as Southern Borders Righteous Path GU Immortals were about to charge forward and attack, the pure dream reality seeker physique bodies stood up. Bam bam bam, a series of self-detonations instantly formed a dream realm. This move again, retreat. Yi Clan's GU Immortals had suffered from this before. Bay Pavilion quickly retreated far away. The other immortal GU houses had no choice but to stop their charge and watch. The Dream Realm formed an omnidirectional defense, enveloping Fang Yuan and the rest. Wu Yong and the rest had complex expressions. How could they break through such a line of defense? I'm bullying you for being Dream Path idiots. The ferocious Righteous Path GU Immortals were dumbfounded. Wu Yong suddenly chuckled. Shadow Sect is already at their wits' end with this defense. They are blocking us, but we are also trapping them. I want to see how long they can defend for. Both sides were in a deadlock. Right at this time, Wu Yong's expression changed. He received a letter GU. Celestial Court's letter. Chapter 1391. In the Battle of the Dream Realm, Shadow Sect suffered a huge loss, but Southern Borders Righteous Path also suffered heavy losses. The Super GU formation that they set up required contributions of Immortal GU and a vast number of Mortal GU. After investing so much, the gains were minimal, and in the exploration of the Dream Realm, they suffered a direct hit, losing several GU Immortals. The true beneficiary, besides Fang Yuan, who had become the new leader of Shadow Sect, was Celestial Court. Celestial Court not only captured Spectral Soul's main body, they even took away the remaining second and first layer of the Super GU formation before leaving. Among the Immortal GU here, besides Fang Yuan's Dark Limit Immortal GU, the other GU worms belonged to Southern Borders Righteous Path. Towards such actions, Southern Borders Righteous Path was furious. They wanted to seek an explanation from Central Continent's Celestial Court. After all, everyone was from the Righteous Path. Celestial Court's actions were too unfair. When chasing after Fang Yuan and the rest, Wu Yong began to look for Celestial Court's GU immortals. Even though Southern Border and Central Continent were two different regions, super forces often had business dealings with each other. This bit of credit belonged to Jewel Yellow Skies. Precisely because of Jewel Yellow Skies, transactions between GU immortals became much easier and more frequent. The constant flow of goods also meant frequent exchanges. Thus, Wu Yong had a way to find the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. But the Celestial Court's GU immortals were a little uncertain. However, if he did not question Celestial Court, just by pestering the 10 great ancient sects, Southern Border's righteous path would not be able to solve this problem. Fairy Myrtle. At this moment, Wu Yong held an information path mortal GU as he muttered. He did not expect that the Celestial Court's GU immortal would take the initiative to find him. Moreover, this unknown wisdom path GU immortal of Celestial Court used a mere information path mortal GU to force Wu Yong into a difficult situation. This information path mortal GU's content was related to Fang Yuan and the rest. The Celestial Court had information on Ying Wu Xie, Zishan Makoto, Bai Ning Bing, and Fang Yuan, including the fact that they had the ancient battle formation, omnidirectional travel. And what shocked Wu Yong the most was that the real Wu Yihai had died long ago, and the Wu Yihai that had infiltrated Wu clan was the otherworldly demon, Fang Yuan. There's actually such a thing. Fang Yuan is Wu Yihai, and Wu Yihai is Fang Yuan? Wu Yong had wanted to save his younger brother, but in the end, he found out that his younger brother was already dead, and it was his enemy who had been playing the role of his younger brother. Wu Yong was first shocked by this news. After all, this was out of his expectations. Next, Wu Yong felt anger. Anger towards Fang Yuan. This damned murderer, the true culprit who killed Wu Yihai, was actually so daring. After committing the murder, not only did he not escape, he even joined Wu clan of his own accord. This was a blatant disregard for the entire Wu family, including Wu Yong himself. And most importantly, Fang Yuan actually did this. This was a humiliation. A humiliation. Not only did Fang Yuan look down on the huge Wu clan, he even ran to Wu clan and slapped them several times. What kind of force was Wu clan? The publicly recognized number one force of Southern Border's righteous path. Who was Wu Yong? Wu Yong was the number one person in Wu clan, first Supreme Elder, rank 8 cultivation level. He had an immortal GU house and several rank 8 immortal GU. He was an expert of the present age. Fang Yuan's actions were simply toying with Wu clan and Wu Yong. However, other than anger towards Fang Yuan, Wu Yong was also furious towards Celestial Court. Celestial Court had taken away all of Wu clan's formation immortal GU. This was one reason. Secondly, Celestial Court had sent this information to Wu Yong. What did this mean? In other words, he was telling Wu Yong that Wu Yong had a weakness in his hands. He would need to consider this in his future actions. To Wu Yong, this was a threat. Why did the matter of Fang Yuan impersonating Wu Yihai become a weakness of Wu Yong instead? This was the difference between the righteous path and the demonic path. The righteous path had their own rules of the game. The righteous path cared about reputation and face. Even if they wanted to plunder, they had to have a proper reason. They had to stand on the side of righteousness and reputation. Just like before, when the other clans made things difficult for Wu clan and seized Wu clan's resource points. How did Wu clan do it? First, they sent a clan GU immortal to pretend to be a demonic scoundrel, while another Wu clan GU immortal pretended to chase after him, then used this excuse to occupy the resource points. How did Yang clan do it? First, they had planned for a long time, setting up mortal camps near Wu clan, then through the conflicts between mortals, they obtained righteousness and reputation. After landing in Wu clan, Wu Yong clearly had high battle strength, and even had the immortal GU house clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building. Why was he in a passive state? Hee. This was Wu Yong's scheme. He knew that Wu clan's territory was too huge. If he directly showed his strength, the other clans would only be wary. They might restrain themselves for the time being, but they would still be tempted to make a move. After all, Wu clan only had one rank 8 GU immortal. However, if the Wu clan were to passively defend and allow the other clans to bully them, Wu Yong would be able to take revenge after obtaining a righteous cause and sufficient excuse. He would then be able to bite off a piece of meat from the other clans. Only by doing this could the other forces remember the pain, and not dare to offend Wu clan's dignity for decades to come. This was Wu Yong's plan. Even his closest aide Wu Fa was not aware of it. Actually, before this, everything was progressing according to Wu Yong's plan. It was just that Wu Yong did not expect a troublemaker like Shadow Sect to appear. Once the demon Fang Yuan sneaked into Wu clan, even Wu Yong himself would treat Fang Yuan as his own brother. Don't forget, before this, Wu Yong had used Wu Yihai many times to raise his reputation, to express his care for his own brother. Wu clan was the #1 force of Southern Border's righteous path. Such a thing actually happened, it would definitely cause their reputation to plummet, and cause the other clans to have disloyal thoughts. Originally, Wu Yong wanted to use these excuses to retaliate against the other clans. But once this matter came out, as long as Southern Border's clans persisted on this topic, Wu clan would feel weak. Your Wu clan is the leader of Southern Border's righteous path, but in the end, a demon sneaked in and left. What face does your Wu clan have to lead the righteous path? What qualifications do you have to occupy these resources? Don't tell me that after occupying these resources, you are going to provide them to the demonic path scoundrels in the clan. This was like on Earth, when a celebrity was found to be taking drugs, a successful man who had always proclaimed his love for his family was found to have an affair, or a spy was found in the police force. Although prestige could not be seen or touched, it was indeed a kind of strength that could affect all aspects. In Wu Yong's view, the resource points that Wu clan lost were nothing. Since they could be lost, he could also take them back. In reality, he could instead use this chance to raise his own prestige, to show off his superior battle strength, to leave his shadow in Southern Border's history. But Fang Yuan's matter was completely different. Once it was discovered, it would be a heavy blow to Wu clan. The prestige and reputation that countless generations of Wu clan had worked hard to maintain would be greatly damaged. Once this matter was spread out, what face would Wu Yong have to take back the resource points that Wu clan had lost? For a long time, Wu clan would not be able to raise their heads. This damned Fang Yuan. Wu Yong gritted his teeth. He had never hated a person so much. Speaking of which, it was quite ironic. He could only blame himself for using Wu Yihai to raise his prestige, to express his benevolence and friendliness. But in the end, it was Wu Yong who was incompetent and was deceived by the demon Fang Yuan. This was the stain on Wu Yong's life. This damned fairy Myrtle. Wu Yong also hated the wisdom path female immortal from the celestial court. Her intentions were clear. Telling Wu Yong all this was to warn Wu Yong, and to use Wu Yong as a spear to urge him to eliminate Fang Yuan and the rest. Wu Yong had to eliminate Fang Yuan. As long as he secretly killed Fang Yuan, Wu Yihai's death could be pushed to the Shadow Sect. It was logical and logical. By then, even if the Celestial Court exposed this matter, Wu Yong would not be afraid. This matter would not become a stain on Wu Yong's life. Fairy Myrtle. Wu Yong muttered this name again. He knew that Fairy Myrtle wanted him to use all his strength to kill Fang Yuan and the rest. She was making use of him. But Wu Yong had no choice but to do so. Most importantly, in Fairy Myrtle's letter GU, there was only information about Fang Yuan and the rest. There were no words of negotiation or threat to Wu Yong. This made it so that Wu Yong could not find any evidence to use against Fairy Myrtle. Lord Wu Yong, what happened? Qiao Clan's first Supreme Elder Qiao Zhicai saw that Wu Yong's expression was not right and asked with concern. Wu Yong glanced at him, immediately hating him as well. It is this old thing. Leading Qiao Clan, trying to curry favor with our Wu clan. Without him, how could Fang Yuan enter our Wu clan so easily? But on the surface, Wu Yong smiled and consoled Qiao Zhicai. It is nothing, I am just worried about my brother. I wonder what will happen to him after he lands in the Shadow Sect. Qiao Zhicai felt strange. There were no outsiders here. Why was Wu Yong still concerned about Wu Yihai? Why was he acting like this? Wu Yong's concern for Fang Yuan earlier was fake, but this time, it was real. It was just that he was concerned about Fang Yuan. He wanted to kill Fang Yuan immediately. Have we not contacted Wu Yihai yet? Wu Yong secretly contacted the Wu clan GU immortals in the headquarters. The immortals all said no. Among them, someone said, the most recent communication with Lord Wu Yihai was about him borrowing GU from the clan. Someone else added, Lord Wu Yihai has 6 immortal GU that Wu clan lent him, we cannot let anything happen to him. Wu Yong heard this and the anger in his heart burned even more fiercely. Among these 6 immortal GU, there were the immortal GU that he had personally approved to lend to Fang Yuan from the treasury. There was also the 100,000 immortal Yuan stone, which Wu Yong had offered to lend to Fang Yuan. Thinking of this, Wu Yong wanted to slap himself. At the same time, he hated Fang Yuan even more. It was this guy. He was too good at acting. Before being exposed, he did not forget to make a huge profit. He was truly sinister, too crafty. Chapter 1392. Wu Yong also considered the authenticity of the Celestial Court's information. However, Fairy Myrtle provided a lot of evidence, and even though Fang Yuan had changed his appearance and left the battlefield on the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle, many southern border GU immortals had seen it. Wu Yihai's disappearance was too sudden and strange. If Wu Yihai was Fang Yuan, then everything could be explained. Send Wu Yihai's Life Tablet GU and Soul Lantern GU to me through Jewel Yellow Skies. Other than that, there are also some immortal GU, Wu Fa, go to the treasury and take them out for me. Wu Yong stood by the window, looking at the layers of dream realms as he secretly gave his orders. At the same time, he said to Kai Chuyu, Kai clan's first supreme elder, please set up a formation to surround this place and prevent the other party from using space path methods to escape. Oh, the other party has such a method? Kai Chuyu was surprised before nodding. I can set up such a GU formation to interfere with space path, but I do not have enough immortal GU on me. No worries. Wu Yong smiled. At this time and place, with all of our southern border righteous path friends here, are we afraid of not having enough immortal GU? No righteous path GU immortal refuted Wu Yong's words. They all followed Kai Chuyu's request to see what immortal GU each clan had that could be used to set up a GU formation. If they did not have any, they could use Jewel Yellow Skies to transport them. Even though they were expensive. But ever since Fang Yuan started this, Southern Borders GU immortals started to imitate him. The matter of Wu clan sending GU worms to Wu Yong was soon discovered by Fang Yuan and the rest. After all, Jewel Yellow Skies was very open. Any immortal GU transaction would cause a huge commotion. Almost all of these immortal GU are from Wu clan's treasury. It seems they are transported through Jewel Yellow Skies. And my Life Tablet GU and Soul Lantern GU. Fang Yuan suddenly had a bad feeling. Unfortunately, even though he knew this, he couldn't stop it. Trading with Jewel Yellow Skies was very safe. Fang Yuan had once relied on this advantage, but now it was his enemy's turn to take advantage of it. Soon, Fang Yuan's information path mortal GU received Wu Yong's message again. Wu Yihai, maybe I should call you Fang Yuan? We can talk and make a deal. I will use your immortal GU to buy your life. What do you think? Fang Yuan's pupils shrank slightly. It seems that this secret has been revealed by the Celestial Court. Those GU worms were probably sent to Wu Yong. You want to buy my life? It seems like he has some sort of method. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan stopped cooperating with the other GU immortals. You guys continue practicing, I need to deal with a small problem. Saying this, he immediately moved to the side and activated Reverse Flow Protection Seal. Inside Wu Yong's immortal aperture, GU worms flew out like layers of clouds, almost covering the sky. This is the signature killer move of Southern Borders' former superclan, Wu Clan. It had once brought terror and darkness to Southern Borders' GU immortal world. My Wu Clan obtained it but kept it a secret because we were afraid of being ostracized by other clans. Now, Fang Yuan, have a taste of it. Wu Yong's eyes shined with a cold light. The immortal killer move was activated successfully. But because of his method, his aura was concealed. Even Xiaoji Cai, who was standing beside Wu Yong, could not sense it. At the next moment, Wu Yong's expression changed. His body shook as he coughed out a mouthful of blood. Lord Wu Yong, what's wrong? Qiaoji Cai was shocked. He quickly ran over to support Wu Yong. How could this be? Thankfully, I only wanted to give a warning and probe, I did not use my full power. Wu Yong was filled with shock. The killer move was clearly targeted at Fang Yuan, but he actually became the target. Wu Yong exerted some strength and broke free from Qiaoji Cai's grip. His expression quickly calmed down as he coughed. It's fine. It is just an internal injury from the purple blood river formation. Qiaoji Cai immediately showed a moved and respectful expression. Lord Wu Yong is injured, but he cares about his brother, disregarding his injuries to save him. You are truly a role model of our righteous path. Wu Yong, he was silent for a while before saying to Qiaoji Cai, you are very good. Qiaoji Cai did not expect Wu Yong to be sarcastic. He thought he had flattered him. He felt proud of himself. Wu Yong was injured because of Fang Yuan's reverse flow protection seal. Reverse flow river has weakened slightly. It seems that Wu Yong has some powerful methods that can attack my body through my life tablet GU and soul lantern GU. Unfortunately, it encountered the reverse flow protection seal and was reflected back. Fang Yuan let out a breath of air. He started to ponder. Strange. Since Wu Yong knows I am Fang Yuan, how could he not consider that I have reverse flow protection seal? Don't tell me, he does not know that I have another identity, Liu Guanyi. Did the Celestial Court not tell him? Or did the Celestial Court not know? Fang Yuan thought of the dream realm. The reason why his identity was exposed this time was because the manifested dream realm had been corroded by heaven's will. He had entered the dream realm many times. He did not use familiar face or dark limit immortal GU to disguise himself. Providence naturally found out his true identity and location. If that was the case, Liu Guanyi's identity was not exposed. Damn it. Fang Yuan thought of this as his heart sank. I used reverse flow protection seal now and got hit by an investigative killer move. Wouldn't I be telling others that I am Liu Guanyi? Regardless of whether the Celestial Court saw through my identity or not, now that I used reverse flow protection seal, my identity is definitely exposed. This was a small confrontation in the dark. It was a new development. It involved Fang Yuan, Wu Yong, and the Celestial Court. Wu Yong's method backfired on him, but his injuries were not severe. Although Fang Yuan was not injured, he showed a lot of confidence. The Celestial Court was behind the scenes. They did not use their own strength, but made Wu Yong and Fang Yuan fight to the death. This was Fairy Myrtle's scheme. This wisdom path GU immortal of the Celestial Court immediately displayed her powerful scheming ability after obtaining the crucial clues and information. Her methods were very ingenious and experienced. Wu Yong then sent messages to Fang Yuan, but no matter what, Fang Yuan ignored them. The practice of the ancient battle formation omnidirectional travel was finally showing results. It was getting closer to success. But Fang Yuan had become a burden now. In order to defend against Wu Yong's attacks, he had to maintain reverse flow protection seal at all times. This caused him to be distracted. He could not concentrate on omnidirectional travel. However, after Fang Yuan purposely slowed down, he activated it bit by bit. The bright light shone on the surroundings. The light dissipated. Fang Yuan and the rest vanished on the spot. Intense space path fluctuations were sensed by the southern border righteous path GU immortals outside the dream realm to some extent. They are gone. Maybe one or two of them are still alive. Wu Yong had an expressionless face. He was not surprised. But our GU formation is not finished yet. They actually have such a method. Why didn't they use it earlier? There must be some serious drawback. Qiaoji Cai guessed. Kai Chuyu stroked his beard. No matter. Even though my super GU formation is not complete, it has some effect. I believe that at this moment, they should have already split up. Many southern border GU immortals were confused, but Wu Yong praised, Kai clan's first supreme elder is truly capable. Since Wu Yong knew that Fang Yuan and the rest had omnidirectional travel, he also predicted that they would use this method to escape. How could he not make the appropriate countermeasures? Earlier, he had secretly transmitted to Kai Chuyu, asking him to restrain and target them. Kai Chu Yu was a rank 8 GU immortal, a formation path great grandmaster. Now that he had the information, he had a specific target, he could make the appropriate countermeasures and succeed at this moment. Gu. Bai Ningbing had just stepped on the ground when she spat out a mouthful of blood. Her body was weak and her face was pale. This is not our destination. Bai Ningbing's dragon pupils shrunk. She quickly contacted the others. Omnidirectional travel was broken. The 4 GU immortals were split up. They were very far away. Other than Fang Yuan, they were all injured. What do we do, sect leader? Fairy Miao Yin transmitted. Fang Yuan hesitated. Should he escape on the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle? Or should he waste time to gather the Shadow Sect immortals again? Right now, the pure dream reality seeker physique bodies had all self-detonated into dream realms. They were left in Plunder Shadow Earth Trench. There were still a few left in the immortal apertures of Hei Lulan and the rest, including Lady White Rabbit's blessed land. Dream realms were corroded by Providence. The pure dream reality seeker physique bodies were also monitored by Providence at all times. Keeping them around was equivalent to exposing their location. But at the crucial moment, the pure dream reality seeker physique bodies could also self-detonate into dream realms to block immortal GU houses. Thus, Fang Yuan reluctantly kept them around. The investigative killer move on him had not been dispelled. Life Tablet GU and Soul Lantern GU were also in Wu Clan's hands, and most importantly, Wu Clan actually had a method to attack Fang Yuan. The situation could be said to be very bad and dangerous. Fang Yuan could not deal with any immortal GU house. The upper extreme Heavenly Eagle was not reliable. Even though it had rank 8 battle strength, it would not risk its life to fight against a strong enemy. Fang Yuan's control over it needed to be improved. Dark Limit Immortal GU was also missing. This caused Providence to be able to monitor Fang Yuan at all times and make arrangements. And these people might also have investigative methods on them. Fang Yuan's gaze was dark. After leaving Plunder Shadow Earth Trench, Fang Yuan's next destination was Western Desert. Among the 5 regions, Shadow Sect had the most resources in Western Desert. Because Ying Wu Xie, Zishan Makoto, and the rest had already roamed around the other 4 regions, taking all the remaining resources and immortal GU they could find. Only Western Desert was left out. Going to Western Desert alone? It is a pity to abandon them like this. And if I don't get rid of the investigative method on me, my whereabouts will always be controlled by others. Lang Ye Sect. Chapter 1393. Rumble. Air currents surged as if thousands of waves were set off. The light shined brightly. The scene was grand and beautiful. Within this light, a figure gradually walked out. He was extremely tall, around 9 feet, his body was muscular, his long black hair was thick and dense, like a cloak, it draped over his back, moving up and down with each step he took. The most eye-catching thing was that this GU immortal had a pair of coral dragon horns on his forehead. They seemed to be made of purple gold, shining brightly. Fairy Myrtle had been waiting for a long time. She went up to greet him with joy, bowing. Lord Duke Long, that's right. This person was Duke Long. He was the one who led the Central Continent Immortals and controlled Heaven Overseeing Tower, becoming the biggest winner of the Battle of the Dream Realm. Heaven Overseeing Tower was extremely fast. It crossed 2 regions from White Heaven and returned to Central Continent. Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects immortals dispersed. Duke Long and Fairy Myrtle returned to Celestial Court after receiving reinforcements. According to Duke Long's description, Fairy Myrtle used Celestial Court's GU formation to check Duke Long's identity and prevent him from being possessed by Spectral Soul. From the current situation, Spectral Soul did not succeed in the possession. Duke Long was still Duke Long. But his expression was still ashen, his brows were tightly furrowed, with every step he took, his soul would feel a tremor. As expected of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, even after death, his soul path attainment is unparalleled. In the following days, I will use Celestial Court's immortal graveyard to suppress him completely. Duke Long said, Fairy Myrtle, you will continue to lead Celestial Court, do your best to eliminate Fang Yuan and the rest, and get rid of any future threats. Fairy Myrtle nodded, I have already contacted Wu Yong, using the strength of Southern Border's GU Immortals, we will split up Fang Yuan and the rest of the Shadow Sect survivors. Not long ago, I sent another message to Wu Yong, telling him the exact location of the remaining members of the Shadow Sect. It is estimated that we will receive news of victory in a few days. Duke Long nodded slightly and looked at Zishan Makoto with admiration. This was the power of Wisdom Path GU Immortals. With the help of a situation, he could move heaven and earth. Guessing people's hearts, living a free and unfettered life while others fought for him. Fairy Myrtle herself was very outstanding. She was an elite expert among rank 8 GU Immortals. That was why she was accepted by the Celestial Court. With Star Constellation chessboard, she could be said to be top 3 in terms of Wisdom Path power in the current world. The reason why it wasn't number 1 was because the world was vast. There would always be dragons and snakes in hiding. The Celestial Court also did not know the general situation. Only when the world was in chaos, when the universe rose and fell, when everything was turned upside down, would there be any turbulence. As for Fairy Myrtle's previous achievements, it was due to the lack of crucial clues. At that time, Fang Yuan's defense was too good. But now, it was different. Duke Long continued to instruct, "We must take this scoundrel Fang Yuan's life. He is a complete otherworldly demon, Fate Gu's only natural enemy in this world. However, he is also the inheritor that Red Lotus has been waiting for a long time. He not only has Giant Sun's true inheritance, he will also have Red Lotus' true inheritance. The great era is coming. Our Celestial Court will have our 4th Immortal Venerable, Great Dream Immortal Venerable. In order to receive her, we need to do our best to sweep away the dust and obstacles. Fang Yuan, Giant Sun, Red Lotus, all of them. Everything is to receive Great Dream Immortal Venerable, Ziwei. Do you understand?" Ziwei understands. Fairy Myrtle replied, "I have already followed your arrangements. That person is already in Southern Border." "Very good." Duke Long nodded. He did not say anything else as he turned around and left. Fairy Myrtle stood far away, quietly sending Duke Long off with her gaze, until the latter's tall and muscular body entered the depths of the immortal graveyard. She slowly let out a breath of turbid air, looking at the huge project. Her purple eyes were shining brightly. "The Celestial Court is the strongest, it has always been, always," she murmured softly. Southern Border. A white silhouette streaked across the sky at high speed. Lightning fire followed, exploding one after another behind the figure. The slightest mistake could lead to a huge error. The white figure dodged in time, he was safe and sound. He suddenly stopped and waved his hand behind him. Whoosh! In an instant, ice and snow flew, cold winds howled. A figure emerged from the lightning fire. He wanted to chase, but quickly stopped and used a defensive method. In a few breaths of time, this small valley turned into a world of ice and snow. There were ice crystals everywhere, shining brightly under the sunlight, giving off a biting cold aura. He only has rank 6 cultivation, but he actually has rank 7 battle strength. Amazing, as expected of an immortal with the northern dark ice soul physique. Chai Clan's rank 7 expert Chai Po Jun praised inwardly, before exerting strength. Bam! The thick layer of ice on his body was unable to withstand his ferocious strength, and directly shattered. His body was thin, like it was made of iron, his skin was slightly dark, his eyes were like a wolf or a tiger, staring at his opponent on the slope. His opponent was dressed in white, her figure was graceful and alluring. Her silver hair was like a tassel, hanging down to her waist. A pair of light blue vertical dragon pupils emitted a cold aura. Her skin was white as snow, her expression was ice cold, her appearance was peerless. Even Chai Po Jun's soul was shaken by this beauty for the first time. What was even more eye-catching was that this female immortal had a pair of cute red coral-like dragon horns on her forehead. It was Dragon Lady by Ning Bing. She, Fang Yuan and the rest had activated the ancient battle formation omnidirectional travel, but because of Kai Chu's GU formation, the battle formation failed, and the 4 GU immortals were scattered. Bai Ning Bing landed here and immediately healed her injuries. She was just about to follow Fang Yuan's instructions and regroup, but was found by Chai Po Jun. The curtains of a fierce battle were drawn. After dozens of rounds, Both sides had fought for hundreds of li, but were evenly matched. 4 gazes met, but Chai Po Jun did not attack immediately. Bai Ningbing used her blue dragon pupils to stare at his skin, thinking, this is Chai Po Jun's unique trashwood body? Even if it is an immortal killer move, as long as its power is slightly higher, it would be reduced to a mortal killer move on this trashwood body. Chai Po Jun's move was unique, it directly crippled Bai Ningbing's immortal killer move, Cold Eyes. Bai Ningbing's immortal killer move, Cold Eyes, was a method to make enemies feel troubled and difficult to deal with. Back then, when Fang Yuan chased Ying Wuxie and the rest, he had fallen for this move. Unfortunately, Chai Po Jun relied on his defensive killer move Trashwood body to directly ignore Cold Eyes. Of course, Bai Xiong's true inheritance did not only have Cold Eyes, Chai Po Jun had also suffered some injuries from fighting with Bai Ningbing. Amazing. Chai Po Jun suddenly spoke, I cannot help but admire you, Bai Ningbing. His tone was very flat, there was no fluctuation in his tone. His strange tone spread along with the cold wind in the deathly silent battlefield. You only have rank 6 cultivation level, but you can make me feel troubled. I have been famous for many years, I am already a famous rank 7 fire path expert in southern border. But now, the frost energy in my body cannot be dispelled. Northern Dark Ice Soul, one of the 10 extreme physiques, as well as Bai Xiong's true inheritance, I am truly envious. If you were kind and walked the righteous path, there would definitely be a place for you in southern border's GU immortal world. Unfortunately, you have fallen to the demonic path and brought disaster to the people, your only outcome is death. Saying so, Chai Po Jun paused, he turned his head and looked at the horizon. A bolt of lightning roared. Crack crack. Lightning flashed, splitting the ice and rocks as a third rank 7 expert descended. Bai Ningbing, you dare to attack my southern border righteous path, do you think you can escape? This expert's gaze was sharp as he growled. Chai Po Jun saw reinforcements and let out a breath of turbid air. He had purposely said a lot of things to stall for time. After fighting with Bai Ningbing, he deeply realized that it would be very difficult for him to defeat her, let alone take her life. Did he really need reinforcements? Wu Yong was still in charge of the overall situation, and with Fairy Myrtle's message, he quickly dispatched GU Immortals to encircle and kill the scattered Shadow Sect members. Be careful. This woman has extremely high battle strength, we cannot be careless. Don't worry, I also have Lord Wu Yong's information. As long as we stall her, not long after, friends specializing in battlefield killer moves will come to help. The two were conversing secretly when Bai Ningbing suddenly spoke. She was cold as ice, she had been silent since the start of the battle. This was the first time she had spoken since the start of the battle. Idiot. Her cold and arrogant voice was beautiful and pleasant to listen to, causing the 2 rank 7 experts to be slightly dazed. But at the next moment, Bai Ningbing suddenly burst out with an intense aura. Oh no! What immortal killer move is this? Just this aura is so terrifying. I am stalling for time and waiting for reinforcements, but this Bai Ningbing is also stalling for time to prepare a killer move. The reinforcements were shaken, while Chai Po Jun shouted that he had fallen into a trap. Not far ahead, there is an eerie fire cave. As long as I enter there, I will be able to guard against deductions and wait for reinforcements. Hei Lulan was moving rapidly. In her field of vision, trees seemed to have turned into black shadows, rapidly passing by on both sides. Omnidirectional travel had failed in activating the ancient battle formation. Hei Lulan landed here alone. But soon, she received Fang Yuan's instructions to quickly move to a secret location 100 li away and wait for a chance to regroup. Needless to say, Hei Lulan's luck was quite good, there was an eerie fire cave not far away. This was set up by Zishan Makoto when he was alive, using eerie fire immortal materials to set up the formation, it could block wisdom path deductions and achieve the goal of concealment. After a series of sprints, the eerie fire cave was already 5 li away. But right at this time, Hei Lulan suddenly stopped in her tracks. She looked at the plain forest in front of her, her brows furrowed as the auras of all kinds of GU worms on her body started to rise. You only saw through my GU formation now, "Hey Lulan, your foresight is not that good." A mocking voice came from somewhere. At the next moment, the GU formation activated. Hey Lulan's field of vision suddenly changed. The sky and mountains disappeared, leaving behind only a barren desert where not even a blade of grass grew. Hey Lulan's pupils shrunk. Being trapped in an immortal GU formation was a very bad thing. If she encountered an enemy, she could still escape. But the GU formation was a cage of its own. There was something that made Hey Lulan even more worried. "My speed is not slow. I have been moving forward according to Fang Yuan's instructions. The other party actually knew my route and set up a GU formation in advance. Could it be that Fang Yuan sacrificed me on purpose to attract the enemy and gain time for himself to escape? Note, his condition is not good today, only one chapter. To be continued." Chapter 1394. Boom. An intense explosion occurred, flames spread everywhere. The scorching heat wave formed a thick wall of qi, fiercely repelling everything in its surroundings. At once, the GU formation was filled with sand and dust. As the dust settled, a lonely figure was revealed. It was Hey Lulan. At this moment, she was breathing roughly, her whole body was covered in a layer of flame clothing. It was originally beautiful and covered in flames, but now, this clothing only had a few sparks left. Even this move cannot break this GU formation. Feeling that she was still inside the GU formation, Hey Lulan's heart sank to rock bottom. The intense battle had already lasted for over an hour. Hey Lulan had used all her methods but could not break this GU formation. This way, she was in a passive state and at a disadvantage. In fact, during the entire battle, she did not even know what her opponent looked like. This southern border righteous path GU immortal had been controlling the GU formation from behind the scenes. He had never shown himself. "I have to admit, Hey Lulan, you are very strong. But unfortunately, you have no formation path attainment at all. I'll tell you the truth, even if your battle strength doubles, you cannot break this signature GU formation of mine." The formation path GU immortal behind the scenes laughed smugly. Hey Lulan snorted coldly, sighing inwardly. "I don't have enough immortal essence, I used up all my methods, to think that I, Hey Lulan, would die here in the end. Sigh. Mother, I cannot take revenge for you, even though Hey tribe is destroyed, not being able to kill that scoundrel Hey Cheng is my greatest regret." Right at this time, the formation path GU immortal's laughter suddenly stopped. "Damn it." Next, he growled, unable to conceal the shock in his voice. "There's a chance." Hey Lulan's mind was shaken. But at the next moment, she saw a long beam of light appear in the dark world of the GU formation. This was sword light. The sword light disappeared in a flash, but it left a long white mark in the dark sky. The white mark quickly expanded, and Hey Lulan heard the resonant cry of a flood dragon. It grew louder and louder, and soon after, it resounded in her ears. Hey Lulan's heart trembled violently. She was all too familiar with the roar of this flood dragon. The impression was too deep. Not long ago, Hey Lulan had been chased by the owner of this voice. She had been in a sorry state, and it was only because of the cooperation of Ying Wuxie and the others that she had narrowly escaped death. "It's Fang Yuan." Hey Lulan almost cheered. He had never felt that Fang Yuan's flood dragon cry was so beautiful and resonant. The white sword mark was exceptionally eye-catching in the dark sky. The sword mark quickly expanded, as if a hole had been torn open. Dazzling light poured in from this increasingly large hole. "No." The southern border righteous path GU immortal controlling the immortal formation screamed in indignation. But at the next moment, the immortal formation that gave Hey Lulan a huge headache collapsed. Her vision was filled with light. Hey Lulan was on high alert, her squinted eyes slowly widened. After adapting to the light, she found that Fang Yuan was standing beside her. And that southern border righteous path GU immortal was being attacked by Fairy Miao Yin and Lady Black Tigress. "I'm safe." Hey Lulan let out a breath of air, her mind relaxed. The joy of escaping from death's door soon faded. She, who had an ambitious nature, only took a glance at Fang Yuan before sitting cross-legged on the ground and healing her injuries. For Hey Lulan, The situation earlier was extremely dangerous. The heavy injuries on her body showed how dangerous it was. Her life was hanging by a thread. Fang Yuan did not heal her. Other than man as before immortal Gu, Fang Yuan had no other healing methods. If Fang Yuan was injured himself, other than man as before, he might be able to transform into an ancient desolate beast and rely on the ancient desolate beast's self-recovery ability to heal his injuries. But for He Lulan, this transformation path method would not work. The battle soon ended. Fairy Miao Yin and Lady Black Tigress were both rank 7 experts. The two of them attacked the other rank 7 GU immortal together. They had the upper hand. And this rank 7 southern border righteous path GU immortal cultivated formation path. Setting up GU formations was his specialty, but if he fought alone, that was his weakness. Even worse, his immortal formation was destroyed by Fang Yuan. Once the GU formation was broken, the backlash immediately caused him to suffer heavy injuries. Under such a situation of internal and external troubles, this rank 7 southern border righteous path GU immortal soon died on the spot. This was a rare rank 7 formation path GU immortal. Fang Yuan kept his corpse in the sovereign immortal aperture. He was not in a hurry to annex it. He summoned the upper extreme heavenly eagle. Let's go. We will reinforce by Ning Bing. The immortals knew the situation was urgent. Any delay could lead to the encirclement of the southern border army. Precisely so, Fang Yuan did not even merge the immortal aperture of this corpse into the sovereign immortal aperture. He rode on the upper extreme heavenly eagle to travel. When they saw Bai Ning Bing, the battle had just ended. The surrounding 1,000 li was covered in snow and ice. Bai Ning Bing was in Bai Xiong form, standing proudly at the peak of the snowy mountain. And among her opponents, 2 were dead and 1 was injured. Bai Ning Bing actually won against 3 opponents by herself. Bai Xiong killer move, that's right, this is the killer move Bai Xiong, the white terror that once terrorized the whole of southern border. To think that Bai Ning Bing is using it again. The injured southern border GU immortal was filled with shock. He used all his strength to escape. When he saw the upper extreme heavenly eagle in the sky, he almost despaired. But Fang Yuan did not chase after him. He took Bai Ning Bing and escaped. Now that they were escaping, every second counted. There was no need to waste precious time on this rank 7 GU immortal. Since this rank 7 GU immortal could escape with injuries, and his other 2 comrades were already dead, he definitely had the ability to escape. It would not be easy to kill him in a short period of time. The upper extreme heavenly eagle turned around and flew towards western desert. Bai Ning Bing dispersed the killer move Bai Xiong and collapsed on the eagle's back. She was already at the end of her rope. Although the killer move Bai Xiong was abnormally powerful, it involved a lot of mental energy and expended immortal essence rapidly. It was a huge burden to Bai Ning Bing. If that injured southern border GU immortal had put in a bit more effort, he might have been able to see through Bai Ning Bing's bluff. Unfortunately, he was terrified by the killer move Bai Xiong. This immortal killer move was very powerful. It only needed a tiny fragment to revive. It was an almost unkillable white monster. Unless someone could break this killer move, or suddenly kill Bai Ning Bing until not even a speck of dust remained. Bai Ning Bing dispersed the killer move and fainted. If not for Fang Yuan and the rest's help, she might have died of mental exhaustion. Fortunately, Fang Yuan was proficient in wisdom path methods. He was a great healer for Bai Ning Bing's condition. When Bai Ning Bing woke up, the upper extreme heavenly eagle had already flown over 100,000 li. You actually came to save me? Bai Ning Bing looked at Fang Yuan. Her first words were very blunt, expressing the shock in her heart. Bai Ning Bing was very clear about Fang Yuan's nature, but she had never expected Fang Yuan to save her. He Lulan suspected Fang Yuan's goal. She had once guessed that Fang Yuan would abandon her. Bai Ning Bing thought even more thoroughly. She was sure that Fang Yuan would abandon them and escape alone. Fang Yuan glanced at Bai Ning Bing expressionlessly, saying, "The situation is more serious than you think. All of us were hit by an investigative killer move. That is why you were intercepted by Southern Border's Righteous Path GU Immortals when you were retreating." Although Fang Yuan had perceivable Dao Immortal GU that could inspect the Dao marks on GU Immortals, He did not know how many Dao marks the other GU immortals had originally. Without this number, even if Fang Yuan could inspect the Dao marks on He Lulan, Bai Ningbing, and the rest, what was the use? But this time, it was clear from the enemy's performance that they were also hit by a similar investigative killer move. Which southern border GU immortal did this? Fang Yuan, you have already become the leader of Shadow Sect, you have inherited Zishan Makoto's inheritance, can't you unravel it? Bai Ningbing asked. I have already tried. Fang Yuan sighed. Zishan Makoto's immortal GU were not comprehensive, he had lost many in the battle. Even though he had several methods to deal with this situation, Fang Yuan could not make bricks without straw. He Lulan heard this and her gaze flashed, she thought of Lang Ya sect. Since they did not have enough immortal GU, they could refine GU. As far as she knew, Fang Yuan had a close relationship with Lang Ya sect. Fang Yuan could make use of that relationship. In fact, Fang Yuan had done so. Not long ago, when he decided to return to help Bai Ningbing and the rest, he had communicated with Sixth Hair. In the end, Sixth Hair did not acknowledge Fang Yuan's identity, he suspected Fang Yuan's motive and asked Fang Yuan to save Ying Wuxie. After all, only the two split souls of Spectral Soul were left. Ying Wuxie and Lady White Rabbit were in Fairy Miao Yin's immortal aperture. This was one of the reasons why Fang Yuan returned. Sixth Hair did not want to cooperate, so Fang Yuan went to look for Land Spirit of Langya. What made Fang Yuan feel fortunate was that after Lang Ya sect was established, Land Spirit of Langya was no longer as difficult to communicate with as before. As long as Fang Yuan had sect contribution points, he could borrow the strength of Lang Ya sect to refine GU. Fang Yuan only handed over some of the contents of Zishan Makoto's inheritance, and his sect contribution points rose by leaps and bounds, in exchange for Land Spirit of Langya refining immortal GU for him. Under Fang Yuan's request, Land Spirit of Langya gave up on the Hairy Man Heaven and Earth-style GU refinement method and used the human isolation style. It could not be helped, under Providence's gaze, if they used the Hairy Man Heaven and Earth style to refine GU, with Providence's interference, they would not be able to refine GU no matter what. Even though Lang Ya sect started to refine GU for Fang Yuan, GU refinement required a process. Moreover, immortal GU were hard to refine, they might not succeed in a short time. The situation is even more complicated. I suspect that Celestial Court has already allied with Southern Border's Righteous Path to eliminate us. Celestial Court is using Southern Border's Righteous Path as a tool, but they will not watch without doing anything. We need to be careful. Other than Southern Border's Righteous Path GU Immortals, Celestial Court's GU Immortals might be hiding and waiting to attack us, Fang Yuan said solemnly. Chapter 1395. Intense winds blew at them. Below his feet, the mountains were lush and verdant, like an endless herd of elephants, continuously galloping backwards. On the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle's back, Fang Yuan and the other GU Immortals were not in the mood to admire this beautiful scenery. Their current situation was very dangerous. The whole of Southern Border's Righteous Path GU Immortals were trying to encircle them. Maybe there were other lone cultivators or demonic path GU Immortals hiding to see if they could take advantage of the situation. Southern Border's Righteous Path could no longer match them. Any rank 8 GU Immortal or Immortal GU House could bring huge trouble and danger to Fang Yuan and the rest. However, what made the Immortals even more worried was the Celestial Court. After the Celestial Court took away the Super GU formation, it did not leave it behind. Fang Yuan and the rest did not know that Duke Long wanted to suppress Spectral Soul's main body. But even though the Celestial Court left, its influence still existed. Its desire to kill Fang Yuan and the rest had not subsided. In fact, it was becoming more and more intense. Fang Yuan's judgment was deeply rooted in everyone's hearts. He Lulan, Bai Ningbing and the rest agreed with it. If they were on the Celestial Court's side, they would also not let Fang Yuan and the rest go. Other than leaking information to Southern Border's Righteous Path GU Immortals and making use of them, to ensure that nothing went wrong, the Celestial Court would definitely leave behind some hidden methods. It was just that they did not know what this hidden method was. The unknown created even more pressure in their hearts. The celestial court's hidden method was like a blade hanging above everyone's heads. They did not know when it would suddenly fall. Even if Fang Yuan and the rest escaped to Western Desert, this celestial court's hidden method would not disappear, it was likely to follow them. Providence can actually corrode manifested dream realms. Exploring dream realms is simply exposing my own secrets. I even used dark limit and familiar face to disguise myself. I thought I had deceived Providence. This is my biggest failure in the dream realm war. Fang Yuan stood on the eagle's back and stopped using reverse flow protection seal. The cost of maintaining this killer move was too high, and now Fang Yuan was using all sorts of investigative methods, including 3 breaths future sight. As he investigated his surroundings, he reflected on himself, looking for his mistakes and mistakes. No one is a saint. Who doesn't err? Making mistakes was very normal. Rank 9 Venerables would make mistakes their entire lives. Being limited by one's vision, being trapped by one's temperament, being dragged down by one's environment, and so on, no one could always make the right choice in their life. After making a mistake, recognizing the mistake and correcting it is what a hero should do. If Fang Yuan had known about this in advance, he would not have explored the realm like this. Now that Fang Yuan thought about it, he realized many of Providence's plans. For example, his Water Dao, Formation Dao, and Dark Dao realms had all reached the Grandmaster level. But what Fang Yuan needed the most was to raise his Information Path and Time Path attainment levels. Once his Information Path attainment level rose, even if Fang Yuan did not have Information Path Immortal GU, he would be able to resolve his own problems. His Time Path attainment level had always been ordinary. If he could raise it to He Fan's true inheritance, Fang Yuan's battle strength would rise sharply. Even if it was not Information Path or Time Path, Sword Path, Refinement Path, Luck Path, and Soul Path, it would be great if he could raise his attainment level to Grandmaster. Especially Sword Path. Fang Yuan had several Sword Path Immortal GU now, as well as Bo Qing's true inheritance. If he was a Sword Path Grandmaster, his battle strength would rise sharply. Unfortunately, he did not. In fact, during the later stages of exploring the Dream Realm, when I was guarding the Super GU formation, I only encountered some absurd dream realms. Providence erodes dream realms are circulating. I'm afraid that Providence does not want me to advance again. In the 500 years of memories of my previous life, there was no mention of dream realms being eroded by Providence. Maybe this was a secret that had not been discovered in the 500 years of Fang Yuan's previous life. More likely, when Fang Yuan used Spring-Autumn Cicada to rebirth, his will was tampered with by Providence, causing him to forget about this. I lost my Dark Limit Immortal GU too. Right now, we are all exposed to Providence. Thankfully, the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle is fast. There is not much time left for Providence to make arrangements. Southern Border's Righteous Path, Celestial Court, and Providence, these 3 forces were chasing after Fang Yuan, trying to kill him. Fang Yuan was not flustered in the face of danger. He planned carefully on how to preserve his life in this situation. In fact, ever since the collapse of 88-Point Zhenyang Tower, Fang Yuan had been thinking about this. He had made ample mental preparations. Exposing his identity now was much better than exposing himself earlier. Because in Fang Yuan's hand, there were many cards that he could play. It depended on how he used them. Right now, he was using wisdom path methods. Thoughts were moving rapidly in his mind. He was thinking of all sorts of situations and deducing how to resolve them, how to protect himself with the least expenditure. There is an immortal GU house coming from the southeast. Suddenly, Bai Ningbing spoke. She had inherited Bai Xiong's true inheritance. Her long-distance investigative methods were far more suitable than the 3 breaths future vision that Fang Yuan had now. Next, Fairy Miao Yin's expression changed. I also found out, this is Hu Clan's immortal GU house, Flying Sand Pavilion. She was familiar with Southern Border's situation. She immediately recognized it. Next, Fairy Miao Yin exclaimed, they are so fast. Flying Sand Pavilion was one of the fastest immortal GU houses in Southern Border's GU immortal world. It was even faster than the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle. If Fang Yuan and the rest only used the upper extreme heavenly eagle to travel, Flying Sand Pavilion would catch up to them sooner or later. But thankfully, Fang Yuan had already prepared for this situation. He had practiced the ancient battle formation omnidirectional travel with the immortals in advance. Although they were disrupted by Kai Chu Yu's Jiyu formation, it was only a small setback. Now that the immortals had gathered again, they could use this method again. Flying Sand Pavilion was moving rapidly in the mountains. This was its unique method. It could use Earth Path Dao marks to reduce immortal essence expenditure and increase speed. Undoubtedly, in this southern border with dense Earth Path Dao marks, Flying Sand Pavilion was like a fish in water. While moving, Flying Sand Pavilion seemed to be made of silt. The yellow-brown silt inside was constantly moving, while the outside was filled with smoke and dust. Hu Clan was not the only GU immortals inside. There was also a rank 8 GU immortal, Shong Wu Jie. Shong Clan was one of the top super forces in Southern Border's righteous path. They naturally had a rank 8 GU immortal. Shong Clan's first supreme elder, Shong Wu Jie, had always upheld Shong Clan's tradition of neutrality and had a good relationship with all the clans. If it were Yarrow Clan, Luo Clan, or even Tai Clan, Hu Clan's GU immortals would absolutely not give them face and invite them into Flying Sand Pavilion. While chasing, Shong Wu Jie's expression suddenly changed. In his perception, Fang Yuan and the rest had suddenly disappeared without a trace. Did they use that ancient battle formation omnidirectional travel? Shong Wu Jie's heart jolted. A map of Southern Border's terrain appeared in his mind. Combining all kinds of information, Shong Wu Jie quickly deduced the directions that Fang Yuan and the rest were most likely to retreat to. And in these directions, there were Southern Border's righteous path GU immortals. Wu Yong's plan is not bad. Shong Wu Jie calmly evaluated, then his brows furrowed slightly. He realized that according to this arrangement, Fang Yuan and the rest would eventually be chased to the northwest of Southern Border. And there, Wu Yong was already waiting for them. Clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo buildings speed could be said to be the #1 immortal GU house in Southern Border. However, Wu Yong was able to reach there by using Tai Clan's immortal GU house beacon tower. Beacon towers were scattered all over Southern Border, and it was precisely by using this powerful immortal GU house that Southern Border's righteous path could quickly spread out a large net. As for Fang Yuan and the others, they became the big fish in the net. Swoosh! Under the clear sky, 4 GU immortals suddenly appeared. They were Fang Yuan and the rest who had used the ancient battle formation omnidirectional travel to teleport here. This is already the 5th time. I have expended a lot of Dao marks. This is not good. The other side knows our location and is encircling us like a large net, rapidly tightening. Should we change our direction and catch them off guard? Bai Ning Bing and the rest suggested. Fang Yuan shook his head. The investigative killer move on us is the root of the problem. If we don't get rid of it, we will be caught sooner or later. What we need to do now is to use every second we have to break through the encirclement and go to Western Desert. As long as they reached Western Desert, it would not be easy for Celestial Court to mobilize Western Desert's righteous path to pursue Fang Yuan and the rest. Let's go. Fang Yuan let out the upper extreme heavenly eagle and used the immemorial desolate beast to continue flying. Actually, the true ancient battle formation omnidirectional travel could cover a huge distance. Unfortunately, the one that Ying Wu Xie and the rest had was not the complete version. In the following series of battles, the core immortal GU of omnidirectional travel were unfortunately destroyed in battle. As a result, what Fang Yuan was using now was actually an incomplete version of omnidirectional travel. The incomplete omnidirectional travel not only reduced the distance it could cover, it also greatly reduced the number of Dao marks on the GU immortal's body. Remnants of Shadow Sect, where do you think you are going? After flying for a while on the upper extreme heavenly eagle, Fang Yuan and the rest suddenly heard Wu Yihai's voice. What? Fairy Miao Yin's beautiful face paled. Don't be afraid, this is just Wind Whisper Immortal GU. Fang Yuan snorted coldly, consoling. Wind Whisper Immortal GU had an extremely wide range, As long as it was activated continuously without regard for immortal essence expenditure, it could theoretically cover the whole of southern border. But soon, clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building appeared in the horizon. This rank 8 immortal GU house was extremely fast. Even though the upper extreme heavenly eagle was one of the few immemorial desolate beasts with unparalleled flying speed, the distance between Fang Yuan and Wu Yong was shrinking rapidly. Using omnidirectional travel saw that the situation was bad. Even though he was still far away, he resolutely chose to activate the ancient battle formation. Against a rank 8 GU immortal, no distance was safe. After keeping the upper extreme heavenly eagle, omnidirectional travel activated successfully and the 4 GU immortals vanished on the spot. However, when Fang Yuan and the rest reappeared, their expressions became extremely unsightly. What's going on? We actually teleported such a short distance. Not even 10% of our previous distance. Wu Yong's voice resounded in the immortal's ears again. You have been hit by my wind lock, omnidirectional travel is no longer effective. The moment he said that, clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building appeared in the horizon again. The immortals felt a huge rock pressing down on their hearts. The greatest crisis in history was imminent. Chapter 1396. Wind lock. When did we get hit by this killer move? We did not sense it at all. The Shadow Sect immortals were all stunned. They did not know how they got hit by this killer move. If not for the fact that the ancient battle formation omnidirectional travel was not effective, everyone would have thought that Wu Yong was bluffing just by listening to Wu Yong's word. Never underestimate the methods of a rank 8 GU immortal. Wu Yong did not have high seniority, even lower than other rank 8 GU immortals in Southern Border's GU immortal world. But he had a long history of learning, and had even inherited Wu Duxiu's legacy, thus he had many methods. Fang Yuan frowned deeply. How does this wind lock killer move work? How long can it last? How can I find the weakness of this move and target it? His mind was in turmoil, thoughts were surging. These problems were troubling him, he had to resolve them as soon as possible, it concerned his life and death. Clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building was getting closer, Wu Yong's laughter could be heard, he was not going to give Fang Yuan enough time to think. The situation was extremely urgent, Fang Yuan needed to make a decision immediately. He thought for a moment before ordering the others, enter my immortal aperture. What do you mean? Your strength is too low, fighting a rank 8 GU immortal is equivalent to courting death. You might as well enter my immortal aperture and research on windlock, quickly think of a method to restrain it. Fang Yuan said bluntly, opening his immortal aperture's entrance. The immortals looked at each other. But soon, He Lulan was the first to enter. Not courting death was naturally a good thing. He Lulan had been worried that Fang Yuan would use the alliance agreement on her to make her fight against Wu Yong and throw away her life to stall for time for Fang Yuan to escape. But who could have thought that Fang Yuan would choose to do this? Fairy Miao Yin and Black Tigress hesitated for a moment before following behind. Because of Zishan Makoto's true inheritance, they had achieved something and were now members of the Shadow Sect. However, his recognition of Fang Yuan was mainly because Fang Yuan was the leader of the Shadow Sect. Bai Ning Bing was the last one. Of course, she wasn't concerned about Fang Yuan. Instead, she was looking at Wu Yong with a hint of eagerness. Bai Ning Bing pursued an exciting life, just like how Fang Yuan pursued immortality. This kind of feeling was as hot as fire, it could even be said to be crazy. Don't let your imagination run wild. Even if you have Bai Xiong, Wu Yong can easily kill you in an instant. Fang Yuan's tone was urgent. Bai Ning Bing snorted coldly, but still took a step forward, entering the sovereign immortal aperture's entrance. Fang Yuan quickly closed the immortal aperture's entrance, then urged the upper extreme heavenly eagle to continue flying. Wu Yong's sigh could be heard clearly from behind. Fang Yuan, you are also an outstanding person. You actually had methods to disguise as Wu Yihai and hide in my Wu clan for a long time. You are extremely daring. You are made for great things. It is a pity, such a pity. How good would it be if you were the real Wu Yihai? Wu Yong's sigh was sincere. He still cherished talents. Fang Yuan escaped in front while Wu Yong chased from behind. The immemorial desolate beast upper extreme heavenly eagle's speed was still very fast in this desperate situation. But clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building's speed was even faster. After all, it was a rank 8 immortal GU house. At the same time, clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building had a huge advantage. Immortal GU houses would not get tired. As long as there was enough immortal essence, any immortal GU house could maintain a stable state forever. But the upper extreme heavenly eagle was different. After flying for a long time, it would feel tired and sleepy. But Fang Yuan did not need to consider this. Because according to their current speed, clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building would catch up long before the upper extreme heavenly eagle felt tired and slowed down. How many people are left? Call them out. Fang Yuan's back was facing the front as he faced Wu Yong. The auras of all kinds of GU worms on his body rapidly rose and lingered around him. Don't worry, I am alone. Wu Yong smiled before activating the immortal GU house. Green bamboo leaves flew out of clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building, turning into wind arrows that shot towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan controlled the upper extreme heavenly eagle to fly up and descend at times, flying around in the air and skillfully dodging the wind arrows. Not bad. Your flying foundation is solid. Your enslavement path methods are even more eye-catching. Wu Yong praised generously. Fang Yuan, however, sensed something amiss. There was a gust of wind lingering around his body. It was indiscernible at first, but it was getting stronger and stronger. Not only him, even the upper extreme heavenly eagle's wings were shrouded in 2 lumps of green wind, greatly hindering its flying speed. Wu Yong's continuous attacks forced me to dodge and change directions. Although the upper extreme heavenly eagle's speed did not decrease, clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building is chasing in a straight line. And this lump of wind on its body, it is probably the so-called wind lock killer move. It can actually absorb the scattered fierce winds in the air to increase its power. Wu Yong's attacks could not hit Fang Yuan, but he had already achieved his goal. The distance between the two was shrinking rapidly. Still no solution? Fang Yuan asked the Shadow Sect members in the Immortal Aperture. Difficult. I just had a little idea. Clearly, this is a rank 8 killer move, it is no small matter. A bunch of nonsense. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth. At this time, he heard Wu Yong speak. You must be thinking of how to break through my killer move windlock right now, right? There is no harm in telling you the truth. Once this move is used, it cannot be moved, but its range is very wide, covering over 100,000 li. It also has a time limit. It can only last for 15 minutes. Wu Yong spoke frankly. Fang Yuan heard this and his heart sank. Wu Yong's actions showed his strong confidence. He felt that Fang Yuan had already fallen into his hands, unable to escape. Clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building attacked indiscriminately, finally catching up. Wu Yong smiled. Standing at the window of the 2nd floor of the bamboo building, he pointed his index finger at Fang Yuan. Immortal killer move, finger wind dragon. Ding dong. A crisp sound echoed. A dark jade worm flew out of his fingertip. The worm was extremely fast, flying towards Fang Yuan. While flying, it suddenly expanded, its body rapidly expanding, 1 foot, 5 feet, 10 feet, 50 feet, 150 feet. In a few breaths of time, it turned into a 220 feet long vicious wind dragon, bearing its fangs and claws as it crashed towards the upper extreme heavenly eagle. The upper extreme heavenly eagle could not dodge in time. It was about to be hit by the finger wind dragon, but at the crucial moment, Fang Yuan stepped forward. He actually took the initiative to block the blade and crash into the finger wind dragon. Wu Yong was stunned, followed by shock. Because after the finger wind dragon crashed into Fang Yuan, it did not cause any damage to the latter. What was even more unbelievable was that the finger wind dragon turned around and returned to its original path, directly attacking its owner. Boom! With a loud sound, the finger wind dragon crashed into clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building. The immortal GU house shook intensely, its speed was reduced by more than half. And the finger wind dragon also completely collapsed. Fang Yuan took the chance to fly onto the upper extreme heavenly eagle's back, increasing the distance between them by a large margin. Wu Yong saw that he was wearing an immortal robe, a ribbon was fluttering in the wind, his aura was ethereal and powerful. He was shocked to an indescribable degree. This killer move, don't tell me it is. Wu Yong was also speechless. Although he had not personally participated in the Battle of Reverse Flow River, the information of this battle had been leaked as Liu Guanyi became famous in the 5 regions. Wu Yong recognized this killer move, it was Reverse Flow Protection Seal. This also meant that he knew the secret that Fang Yuan was Liu Guanyi, and Liu Guanyi was Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan saw Wu Yong's astonished expression and thought, it seems that Celestial Court did not tell Wu Yong about Liu Guanyi's secret. Maybe Celestial Court did not know? Fang Yuan felt that it was a pity. Liu Guanyi's identity was exposed, he could not use it anymore, it would affect his interpersonal relationships in Northern Plains. But there was no helping it. Against a rank 8 great expert, Fang Yuan could only use Reverse Flow Protection Seal to stand his ground. If he used other methods, he would be easily killed by Wu Yong. Although Wu Yong suffered a setback, his gaze towards Fang Yuan quickly became heated. Fang Yuan was not only Wu Yi Hai, he had the background of Shadow Sect, he also had Reverse Flow River and Reverse Flow Protection Seal. As long as they could capture him, the foundation and wealth he possessed would definitely allow the strength of the entire Wu clan to skyrocket. Wu Yong was tempted by the huge benefits. Furthermore, Fang Yuan was related to the biggest scandal of Wu clan in recent years. Good, it was not a waste of my effort to control the situation and create a situation where you and I can fight alone. Wu Yong growled as he controlled the immortal Jiyu house to bombard Fang Yuan, chasing after it again. The damage of Windlock was reflected by Fang Yuan onto Wu Yong. But the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle still had Windlock on it, while Wu Yong was being carried by Clear Jade Dripping Wind Tiny Bamboo Building, it had no effect on this dangerous situation. This time, Wu Yong directly controlled the immortal Jiyu house to collide with the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle. Fang Yuan sighed, blocking in front of the immortal Jiyu house without dodging. Wu Yong chuckled, flying out of the immortal Jiyu house to fight Fang Yuan. At the same time, the immortal Jiyu house Clear Jade Dripping Wind Tiny Bamboo Building targeted the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle. Although Wu Yong was not in Clear Jade Dripping Wind Tiny Bamboo Building, he had left his will and a large amount of immortal essence in the immortal Jiyu house. The upper extreme Heavenly Eagle and Clear Jade Dripping Wind Tiny Bamboo Building fought, quickly falling into a disadvantage. Fang Yuan's situation was even worse. After fighting, he thoroughly experienced the power of a rank 8 Jiyu immortal. Under Wu Yong's attacks, Fang Yuan could only passively take a beating, unable to retaliate. After a dozen or so rounds, Wu Yong thoroughly recognized Fang Yuan's powerful defense. Reverse Flow Protection Seal gave him a huge headache, any attack that landed on Fang Yuan would be reflected back, even punches and kicks were the same. Wu Yong immediately focused his gaze on the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle. This immemorial desolate beast was the breakthrough point of this battle. After realizing this, Wu Yong split some of his attention to firmly suppress Fang Yuan, before using an immortal killer move to attack the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle. The upper extreme Heavenly Eagle cried out in pain, its speed was astonishing, but its master was trapped here, how could it escape? However, immemorial desolate beasts had thick skin and flesh, the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle was still alive and kicking after enduring several of Wu Yong's moves. Oh no! But right at this time, Fang Yuan's expression changed. The upper extreme Heavenly Eagles will gradually gained the upper hand against a strong enemy, it wanted to escape. Right at this moment, this will finally reached a qualitative change, causing Fang Yuan's killer move 180 slaves to fail. The upper extreme Heavenly Eagle was no longer restrained, it immediately flapped its wings and escaped. Fang Yuan was left behind, facing Wu Yong and Clear Jade Dripping Wind Tiny Bamboo Building alone. You still haven't researched it? Fang Yuan shouted at the Shadow Sect Jiyu Immortals in his immortal aperture. How can there be any results in such a short time? Bai Ningbing and the rest were also very depressed. Wu Yong pounced, don't even think of releasing them in front of me and using omnidirectional travel. Sure enough, in the following battle, Fang Yuan had no chance at all. After several more rounds, Wu Yong suddenly spread his arms, activating the immortal battlefield killer move that he had been preparing for a long time. Fang Yuan's vision changed. He was trapped in an unfamiliar battlefield, unable to escape. If you surrender and offer up all of your cultivation accumulation, you might have a chance to live, Fang Yuan. Wu Yong gave an ultimatum. Fang Yuan's expression was ashen. This was truly a desperate situation. His only hope now was to rely on Ying Wuxie and the rest to find an opportunity to use omnidirectional travel. He should be able to pass through this battlefield. But just as Wu Yong was about to attack again, his expression suddenly changed. He looked towards a certain direction. Who is it? Come out. A sigh was heard, a GU immortal appeared, central continent's aura was spreading everywhere. Fang Yuan and Wu Yong were both shocked when they saw this person. Chapter 1397. A middle-aged GU immortal appeared in front of Fang Yuan and Wu Yong. He wore a red and white robe, his posture was tall and straight, resembling a spear or a sword. His brows were long and sharp, his eyes were shining with divine light, his lips curled into a gentle smile. He was elegant but did not lose his domineering aura. But at this moment, there was a trace of melancholy on his face. It was the famous Central Continent GU immortal, the pillar of Spirit Affinity House, Sound Path Rank 7, the one who could fight Rank 8, Feng Zhouge. Why was he here? Wu Yong and Fang Yuan were shocked. Feng Zhouge's appearance and deeds had already spread throughout the 5 regions. Thus, even though this was the first time Wu Yong had seen Feng Zhouge, he quickly recognized Feng Zhouge. After all, a Rank 7 GU immortal who could fight Rank 8, this was a peerless genius that only appeared once in 1,000 years. If not for Fang Yuan's other identity, Liu Guanyi, Feng Zhouge might still be the most outstanding. Wu Yong quickly concealed his shock. He sneered at Feng Zhouge. A Central Continent GU immortal actually dares to appear in front of me. Good, very good. In the Battle of the Dream Realm, Celestial Court gained the most. They took away many immortal GU of Southern Border's righteous path. Feng Zhouge was currently affected by this matter. He incurred Wu Yong's enmity. Fang Yuan's gaze was also focused on Feng Zhouge. This was not the first time he saw Feng Zhouge. In the 500 years of his previous life, he had already engraved Feng Zhouge's appearance in his heart. There was no helping it. Feng Zhouge's brilliance in the 5 regions' chaotic war even surpassed ordinary Rank 8 GU immortals. Unfortunately, he died in Lang Ya Blessed Land. His death directly caused a huge uproar. The Central Continent was shaken, and the other 4 regions rejoiced. After being reborn into this world, Fang Yuan had also seen Feng Zhouge. In that strange thieving heaven true inheritance space in Luopo Valley, Fang Yuan had saved Feng Zhouge's life due to a freak combination of factors. He should have died in the thieving heaven true inheritance space because of Qin Bai Sheng's suicidal attack. But after Fang Yuan's rebirth, everything changed. From this perspective, although Fang Yuan's actions were unintentional, he was indeed Feng Zhouge's savior. But so what if he was her savior? In this world, there were many cases of people biting the hand that fed them. Fang Yuan stared at Feng Zhouge, not daring to be careless. He shouted coldly, "Feng Zhouge, are you the person that the Celestial Court arranged to assassinate me?" Feng Zhouge glanced at Wu Yong before fixing his gaze on Fang Yuan. Seeing Fang Yuan again, and under such circumstances, Feng Zhouge was filled with emotions. Fang Yuan's progress was too fast. The first time, when Feng Zhouge learned of Fang Yuan, the latter had just snatched Feng Kim Hoang's fortuitous encounter and became the new owner of Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Feng Zhouge knew Fang Yuan's name because of his daughter. But he did not care about it at all. Why? Because back then, Fang Yuan was just a mortal. Immortals and mortals were like the clouds and mud of heaven and earth. They were not on the same level. It could even be said that to be able to attract the attention of a grand GU immortal like Feng Zhouge, this was already a great honor for a mortal like Fang Yuan. But the development of events was out of Feng Zhouge's expectations. Fang Yuan committed huge crimes and repeatedly brought disaster to the world. His identity was exposed. He was an otherworldly demon, possessed spring-autumn cicada, and even inherited giant sun's true inheritance. Especially Fang Yuan's rapid progress, from a mortal to an immortal, and then to an expert among GU immortals, it was like a matter of one step. Many GU immortals worked for countless years but could not achieve such results. But it seemed that Fang Yuan easily achieved it. The first time they met, Feng Zhouge's life was actually saved by Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan conveniently inherited one of Thieving Heaven's true inheritances, ghostly concealment. Afterwards, during the Battle of Yitian Mountain, Fang Yuan played an extremely important role. To think that Liu Guanyi is also Fang Yuan. The great era is coming, heroes are emerging, Fang Yuan is currently the most dazzling one. Seeing Fang Yuan again, Feng Zhouge sized him up and evaluated him in his mind. At the same time, he spoke with a bitter smile. I came all the way from Central Continent to chase an immortal GU that Thieving Heaven demon Venerable used. I did not expect to run into this matter. That means, he is not someone sent by the Celestial Court? Fang Yuan frowned. With Feng Zhouge's personality and style, he had no need to deceive Fang Yuan at this crucial moment. But Wu Yong did not believe him. He sneered, to think that Feng Zhouge has a hypocritical side. When I used the battlefield killer move, if you did not want to participate, you could have easily escaped and not been involved in the battle. Feng Zhouge nodded, that's right. I came here of my own accord because I owe Fang Yuan a life. If I did not run into him, it would have been fine, but since I ran into him, I had to help him. What? Wu Yong was stunned. Fang Yuan was also stunned. Wu Yong asked in disbelief, did I hear wrongly? You owe him a life, so you want to help him? Ha ha ha. Wu Yong laughed loudly. Feng Zhouge was a Central Continent GU immortal, a member of the 10 great ancient sects. Everyone thought that he would become a member of the Celestial Court in the future. He actually wanted to save Fang Yuan. What kind of person was Fang Yuan? An otherworldly demon, a demonic scoundrel ranked at the top of the Celestial Court's Demon Judgment Board. Feng Zhouge actually wanted to help him? This was simply the greatest joke in the world. Not only did Wu Yong laugh loudly, even Feng Zhouge's smile became wider. Wu Yong saw Feng Zhouge's smile, his laughter gradually stopped as his expression turned solemn. He knew. Feng Zhouge was serious. This person was simply insane. A righteous path GU immortal wanted to help a demonic scoundrel. Feng Zhouge was not an ordinary righteous path GU immortal, he was a superstar of the righteous path. Even though he only had rank 7 cultivation level, people already saw him as a quasi-rank 8 great expert. His reputation in Central Continent, and even the 5 regions, was huge. And Fang Yuan was also not an ordinary demonic path member. These last years, he was the most famous person in the entire world. He was a complete otherworldly demon, possessing spring-autumn cicada, reverse flow river, giant sun's true inheritance, thieving heaven's true inheritance. He snatched who immortal blessed land from under the noses of Central Continent's 10 great sects. He destroyed 88-point Zhenyang Tower in Northern Plains. He came to Southern Border and defeated Spectral Soul's heaven-defying plan, seizing the fruits of victory. Recently, he successfully infiltrated Wu Clan, and after the Battle of the Dream Realm, he became the leader of Shadowsec. Feng Zhouge wanted to help a person like Fang Yuan? Wu Yong was also a righteous path GU immortal. He put himself in Fang Yuan's shoes and thought about it. Even if Fang Yuan saved his life, how much pressure would it be for him to help Fang Yuan? This pressure did not just come from his faction, it also came from his wife and children, his sect, Central Continent's Celestial Court, and even all the GU immortals in the world. No. Feng Zhouge is different from me. He is not a proper righteous path GU immortal, he was a demonic path GU immortal in his early years. Wu Yong suddenly thought of this. Demonic path scoundrel, he is truly crazy, he cannot be reasoned with. Wu Yong was furious. Fang Yuan thought of Feng Zhouge's life. In his early years, Feng Zhouge was an inconspicuous secluded cultivator without any fame. He cultivated sound path, his determination never wavered, he invested his life in it. Once, he sang loudly in a nameless valley, causing 2 other GU immortals to sing together. At that time, it was night time, the moon was high in the sky, a cool breeze was blowing, causing a small lake in the valley to sparkle. As the three GU immortals sang together, time passed rapidly, they sang until dawn. After the three immortals finished singing, they laughed loudly. But they did not meet, they left after their spirits were exhausted. A few years later, Feng Joga learned of these two's names and origins. At that time, there were rumors in Central Continent's GU immortal world that these two had stolen a rank 7 immortal GU from Black Heaven Temple. They were demonic path GU immortals, they were being pursued by Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects. Feng Joga went to help them. Those two GU immortals were at their wits' end. Seeing that Feng Joga came to help, they were moved but also curious. They asked Feng Joga why he did this. Feng Joga said, "A few years ago, I sang with you two, I sang the bright moon, you two sang the green mountain and white lake respectively. The cool breeze and bright moon shone upon one's heart. To be able to sing such a song, how can you be a despicable person who covets immortal GU? I believe in you too." The two heard this and were moved to tears. One of them said, "You know us well. We had originally inherited this rank 7 immortal GU from a true inheritance, but we were falsely accused by Black Heaven Temple. Black Heaven Temple is one of the 10 great ancient sects of the righteous path, no one can doubt its words." The other urged Feng Joga, "Friend, we only sang a song together, we have never met before. We have gotten ourselves into trouble, we have no hope of escaping. Leave now, there is still time." Feng Joga shook his head, he insisted on staying and helping. The two immortals said anxiously, "If you don't leave, you will also be falsely accused of being a demon." Feng Joga smiled, "Whether I am a demon or not, whether I am righteous or not, heaven and earth have their own Feng Joga. To leave or not, to stay or not, life and death are all in my heart." The two immortals were moved and in admiration, they were moved to tears. Feng Joga's poem was not famous at that time. But afterwards, he attacked Black Heaven Temple's GU immortals, winning each time. The matter became bigger and bigger. The other 9 great ancient sects heard about it and supported Black Heaven Temple. They felt huge pressure from the public. Feng Joga declared that he wanted to challenge Central Continent's heroes and roam the world. The 10 sects challenged him one by one, they lost consecutively, they had no choice but to work together to resist him. Feng Joga was fearless, he fought for 150,000 li. He suddenly changed his target and attacked the root of the problem, causing the 10 sects to be in a mess. They could do nothing about it. Eventually, Spirit Affinity House took action. The current generation fairy Bai Qing used her emotions to influence Feng Joga, making him a member of Spirit Affinity House. In the past, Feng Joga was willing to sacrifice himself to help 2 GU immortals that he had never met before. Instead, he was falsely accused of being a demonic path scoundrel. But now, why could Feng Joga not help the demon Fang Yuan? Especially when Fang Yuan was his benefactor. The former Feng Joga was still the current Feng Joga. Fang Yuan understood why Feng Joga sighed earlier. Feng Joga had wanted to help Fang Yuan since long ago. But he had to consider his wife and daughter, as well as his own situation. Back then, he had probably planned to act secretly. But unfortunately, his whereabouts were exposed by Wu Yong. This forced Feng Joga to make a choice. Just like the choice he had made in the past. He made the same choice. Demonic or not, righteous or not, heaven and earth had its own Feng Joga. To leave or not, to stay or not, life and death are in my heart. Demonic path, righteous path, these two factions, these two identities, they cannot restrain me, Feng Joga. To leave or to stay, to me, Feng Joga, leaving is the death of my heart, staying is the life of my heart. I do everything according to my heart. I am me. I am Feng Joga. I have always been. Chapter 1398. Genius in 1 second. Remember Love Go? SpeakNet, providing you with exciting novels to read. Ha ha ha. Within the immortal battlefield killer move, Wu Yong suddenly laughed loudly. His laughter was filled with anger. Evidently, he was very angry at Feng Joga for helping Fang Yuan. Good. Very good. Although you two are only rank 7 GU immortals, you have rank 8 battle strength. Today, I'll have a good taste of what kind of skills you two have. The pride and confidence of a rank 8 GU immortal made the killing intent in Wu Yong's heart even more intense. He did not believe he would lose. Even if he fought 1 against 2, so what? He, Wu Yong, was a rank 8 GU immortal, while the other two were merely rank 7. How could the gap between rank 7 and rank 8 be so easily crossed? Moreover, he had an immortal GU house with him. Clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building, rank 8 immortal GU house. A rank 8 GU immortal with a rank 8 immortal GU house, how could he lose? Wu Yong could not think of a reason why he would lose. The battle was about to begin, and the atmosphere immediately became tense. Feng Zhouge slowly floated towards Wu Yong, saying to Fang Yuan without turning his head, "You once saved my life, now I am returning it to you. Now that we have settled our grudges, leave. Whether you can break out of here and escape will depend on your own luck." Fang Yuan was surprised. It seemed that Feng Zhouge did not want to cooperate with him, but wanted to fight Wu Yong alone. Okay. Fang Yuan immediately retreated to a corner. What kind of person was he? How could he not take advantage of the situation? Seeing Feng Zhouge facing him alone, Wu Yong inwardly sighed in admiration, saying, "Good, then let me meet the famous Central Continent genius." Saying so, he stored the immortal GU house clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building. This rank 8 immortal GU house was his trump card. Constructed from several rank 8 immortal GU, the immortal essence expenditure was enormous. Previously, Wu Yong had activated it for a long time in order to set up a trap and chase after Fang Yuan. This time, Wu Yong stored the immortal GU house into his immortal aperture. It was like an unsheathed divine sword. His opponent would never know when Wu Yong would use this trump card. He would definitely feel fear and pressure. At the same time, it also showed Wu Yong's confidence and pride. He was willing to fight Feng Zhouge alone. His fighting spirit was overflowing, and he was eager to give it a try. Wu Yong's body was suddenly surrounded by a strong gust of wind, and then it started to fade away. Feng Zhouge and Fang Yuan's eyes narrowed. This was Wu Yong's immortal killer move. What incredible speed! Moreover, his aura was concealed to the extreme earlier. Whether it was Feng Zhouge or Fang Yuan, they did not sense it at all. Feng Zhouge quickly retreated, cautiously pulling apart the distance between him and Wu Yong. Against a rank 8 GU immortal, how could he dare to be careless? Especially when it was an immortal killer move, if he did not probe it first, he would definitely be acting rashly. The gust of wind subsided, turning into a gentle breeze. The gentle breeze continued to move, condensing into a huge figure in the blink of an eye. They looked like humans, but were tall and mighty like elephants. Their muscles were bulging like rocks. They were green-black in color, with sharp teeth in their mouths, and a pair of monstrous arms as thick as pillars, hanging down to the soles of their feet. Their bodies were covered in green fur, and their eyes were pitch-black in color. Immortal killer move, soft hard wind chief. Wu Yong used this move and created 6 wind chiefs. Some of the wind chiefs screamed loudly, emitting the sound of the gust of wind, while some shrieked sharply, almost piercing people's eardrums. They split into 2 groups. One group had 3 wind chiefs, not only pouncing towards Feng Zhouge, they also did not let Fang Yuan go. Feng Zhouge wanted to fight Wu Yong alone. Wu Yong had his own pride. He wanted to fight with all his strength and take care of both Feng Zhouge and Fang Yuan. Feng Zhouge saw the killer move's appearance and a sharp light flashed past his eyes. He did not retreat, he raised his palm and attacked from afar. Clang, clang, clang. Every time he struck with his palm, there would be a melodious sound of a great bell. The sound waves vibrated and hit the bodies of the 6 soft steel wind titans. The soft steel wind chief was originally aggressive, but after being hit by Feng Zhouge's immortal killer move, not only did its momentum stop, it was even forced to retreat. It was somewhat difficult to resist and looked like it was about to lose. This scene made Fang Yuan and Wu Yong's pupils shrink. They were all shocked. Feng Zhouge only had rank 7 cultivation level, but the power of his immortal killer move was not inferior to Wu Yong's. Be it Fang Yuan or Wu Yong, they could see that this was because Feng Zhouge had an extremely dense amount of sound path Dao marks. His sound path Dao marks were actually so dense, they were on par with Wu Yong. How in the world did he cultivate? Fang Yuan watched the battle from afar, feeling extremely shocked. Love Go Small Say Neck. The reason why he could fight against rank 8s was because of that immortal killer move, Reverse Flow Protection Seal. But Feng Zhouge could fight against rank 8s because he had an extremely deep sound path foundation. Comparing the two, Fang Yuan was naturally much weaker than Feng Zhouge. How in the world did this Feng Zhouge cultivate? He actually has such a foundation, no wonder he could resist Central Continent's 10 great sects back then, and had the confidence to deal with Wu Yong. Does he really have such a foundation, or is it some kind of emergency method that cannot be used for long? Fang Yuan thought again. Of course, his main focus was still on Wu Yong's immortal battlefield killer move, as well as the killer move Windlock, analyzing and deducing them. At the same time, the Shadow Sect GU Immortals in his immortal aperture were also working hard. Crack crack crack. Wu Yong saw that the soft Vajra Wind Chief's attack was futile, so he activated another killer move. He held a long wind whip in his hand, continuously lashing it. The wind whip seemed to have infinite length, it could be retracted at any time and lashed out, each strike breaking the air and creating crisp sounds. Feng Zhouge did not show any weakness, his left hand slammed against the soft Vajra Wind Chief, while his right hand clenched into a fist to resist the wind whip. His left palm slammed against the air, each strike was accompanied by the melodious sound of a great bell. He punched forward with his right fist, and every punch produced a thunderous boom like that of a war drum. Clang clang clang, bam bam bam. At once, Feng Zhouge was actually fighting Wu Yong. They were fighting brilliantly and did not seem to be at a disadvantage. Fang Yuan was almost dumbfounded. The main reason was that Feng Zhouge's Dao marks did not lose to the rank 8 GU immortal Wu Yong. How did he cultivate to this level? This greatly defied the common sense of the GU immortal world. After all, the biggest difference between rank 8 and rank 7 GU immortals was the amount of Dao marks they had. An earthly calamity could give the GU immortal 250 Dao marks on average. A heavenly tribulation would give the GU immortal 750 Dao marks. A grand tribulation would give 7,250 Dao marks. A myriad tribulation would give 86,750 Dao marks. The difference in Dao marks between rank 7 and rank 8 GU immortals was usually extremely huge. The difference between rank 9 GU immortals and rank 8 GU immortals was like heaven and earth. This was one of the main reasons why rank 9 GU immortals were invincible in the world, while most rank 8 GU immortals could suppress rank 7 GU immortals. The higher the GU immortals' cultivation, the explosive and unimaginable increase in Dao marks would be. Although everyone knew the reason, it was simply too difficult to start from this aspect. Rank 8 GU immortals themselves meant that the quantity and quality of their tribulations were higher than rank 7 GU immortals. It was almost impossible to have the Dao mark foundation of a rank 8 GU immortal at rank 7. If not for this, the GU immortal world would have seen countless examples of rank 7 GU immortals fighting rank 8 GU immortals. But Feng Zhouge managed to do it. If he had a sudden burst of Dao marks, it would be easier to accept. But if he could accumulate so many Dao marks from the start, that would be too terrifying. Fang Yuan observed the battle as he evaluated in his mind. Wu Yong saw that Feng Zhouge could fight him to a draw, but he did not get angry, his expression became even calmer. Good. As expected of Feng Zhouge. Then, how about you take this move of mine? Saying so, Wu Yong pointed with his finger. His fingertip was aimed at Feng Zhouge from afar. Ding dong. A crisp sound echoed. A dark jade worm shot out of his fingertip. The little worm's speed was extremely fast, flying straight towards Feng Zhouge. While flying, it expanded rapidly, 1 foot, 5 feet, 10 feet, 50 feet, 150 feet. In a few breaths of time, it turned into a vicious wind dragon that was 220 feet long. It bared its fangs and claws. It had a ferocious aura that wanted to devour Feng Zhouge. It was Wu Yong's signature immortal killer move, Finger Wind Dragon. Feng Zhouge's pupils shrunk as he saw this, his body shot out like lightning, retreating rapidly. Finger Wind Dragon's power was immense. Feng Zhouge could not face it head-on, he could only choose to retreat and pull some distance, using guerrilla tactics. There was no helping it. Because Wu Yong's Finger Wind Dragon killer move used a rank 8 immortal GU as the core. Feng Zhouge's Dao mark accumulation was about the same as Wu Yong's, the difference was very small. But he did not have a rank 8 immortal GU. Right now, when Wu Yong used the rank 8 killer move Finger Wind Dragon, it was extremely powerful. Feng Zhouge could not use those rank 7 immortal GU as the core to resist it. Or rather, he could only use quantity to exchange for quality. That was exactly what Feng Zhouge was planning. He retreated while punching and slapping, using rank 7 killer moves again and again, stacking them on top of each other to weaken the Finger Wind Dragon, until it was exhausted. But this would undoubtedly expend Feng Zhouge's rank 7 Red Date Immortal Essence. In contrast, Wu Yong had the White Lychee Immortal Essence of a rank 8 GU Immortal. In terms of Immortal Essence, Feng Zhouge was much weaker than Wu Yong. Rank 8 GU Immortals were stronger than rank 7 not only in terms of Dao marks, but also in other aspects. Immortal Essence was just one example. The moment Wu Yong used the Finger Wind Dragon, he immediately broke the stalemate and put Feng Zhouge at a disadvantage. This killer move is very dangerous. I can sense the fierce power in its body, I cannot let it get close to me. Feng Zhouge had extraordinary spiritual perception. Wu Yong indeed had a follow-up to this move, that was boundless bouncing blades. Once this move was used, the entire Finger Wind Dragon would self-detonate, turning into countless jade wind blades that flew everywhere. It had extraordinary power, it had once made great contributions in the Purple Blood River formation. Even though this was the first time Feng Zhouge had seen this Finger Wind Dragon, with his rich battle experience and intelligence, he could vaguely sense Wu Yong's follow-up move. But even though this discovery saved Feng Zhouge from danger, it also made Feng Zhouge more passive. He could only retreat and weaken the Finger Wind Dragon from afar. This way, Wu Yong had enough time and opportunity to prepare a new immortal killer move. This was very dangerous. Feng Zhouge also knew this, but unfortunately, the Finger Wind Dragon was extremely fast and gave him a lot of pressure. Adding on the 6 soft Vajra Wind Chiefs, Feng Zhouge could no longer interfere with Wu Yong. This is troublesome. Feng Zhouge's brows started to furrow. At this rate, the situation would become even more disadvantageous to him. Once Wu Yong activated his next immortal killer move, Feng Zhouge's situation would become even worse. But at the next moment, a figure suddenly shot out like lightning, entering the battlefield. Boom! The Finger Wind Dragon directly crashed into Fang Yuan's body. Then, it was reflected by Reverse Flow Protection Seal. The Finger Wind Dragon that had troubled Feng Zhouge for a while howled as it returned to Wu Yong. Wu Yong, who was still preparing his killer move, frowned deeply. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.